My name is Gary Zukov, and I'm glad to be able to spend some time speaking with you about the seat of the soul. The first chapter in the seat of the soul is evolution. Why is this? Why, given all of the many fascinating dynamics and experiences and revelations in the seat of the soul, is evolution the very first chapter? The reason is because evolution is everything. Evolution is the root cause of all that we are experiencing now. The death of an old consciousness, the birth of a new consciousness, the disintegration of old ways of being, old ways of doing, and the emergence, like grass in the spring, of a new consciousness, new ways of doing things, and new potential. In other words, our evolution, the way we are evolving, has changed. The way we are evolving has changed. Our evolutionary requirements are very different now than they were in the past. And it's this shift in our evolutionary path that is the bedrock on which everything that we will build and experience and co-create in the future is built. It is an enormous shift of consciousness that has never happened before. Now, let me say that again. It is an enormous shift of consciousness that has never happened before. Our perception is expanding. We are becoming aware of more than we have ever been aware of in the past. Now, I'm speaking now in general for most people. We are no longer limited to what we can see and taste and hear and touch and smell. Our perceptual capability has exploded beyond these limitations, and we are now seeing ourselves and others and our world in an entirely new way. This isn't to say that every one of the 7 billion people on the earth now is doing this, but that millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people are experiencing the emergence of this expanded perception in themselves. It's not mysterious. It's simply becoming aware of more. And it's a remarkable awareness. This awareness allows you to experience your world as meaningful. And all of the experiences of your life as purposeful, as serving the evolution of your soul. It allows you to see the universe not as dead and inert, a place that's cold and in which life has no real home. It can't even be explained well, much less consciousness. And that old view is being replaced with the perception of a universe that is alive, wise, and compassionate. And your experience of yourself is changing also. Millions of us are discovering that we are more than we thought we were, more than minds, more than bodies. We are beginning to sense in ourselves, a part of ourselves, a component of who we are, that existed before we were born, and that will exist after we die. This is the soul. And our new perception is expanding so that we can begin to experience our lives, our everyday experiences, walking on the earth, feeling the sun on our shoulders, feeling the warmth of a hand in ours, and at the same time, experience ourselves as a soul that is immortal. It's like having a dual experience, the experience of your personality, and the experience of your soul. Now, these are all new things because this expansion of consciousness, this increasing of the boundaries of perception is brand new. Brand new. It's only a few decades old. But within a few generations, everyone on the earth will be multisensory. Now, I'm saying multisensory because the five senses together form a single sensory system with one object of detection, and that is physical reality. And we are now beginning to become aware of and to experience non-physical reality as well. We have more than one sensory system now. We are multisensory. Within a few generations, the entire human species will be multisensory. Now, what does the emergence of a new consciousness in you mean? Does it mean that you're going to be less angry, less jealous, less greedy, less wanting to exploit, less looking for satisfaction, psychological, emotional, sexual, physical, from other people and from things? No, it doesn't. It means that you're able to see these experiences and the roots of these experiences within yourself. And it means that as you do, you will begin to distinguish inside yourself the difference between these destructive experiences, or actually these experiences are expressions of an energy that when you act on it creates destructively. Let me make that very concrete. You'll be able to see the sources of your anger, and you'll be surprised to find that they're not outside. They're not over there. They're not over there. They're inside you. You'll be able to see the origin of your jealousy, the origin of your righteousness, the origin of your closed-mindedness, the origin of your feeling of superiority and entitlement, the origin of your feeling of inferiority and needing to please. And you'll find out in every single case that origin is in you. Now, while we were five sensory, it appeared to be outside of us. And so when we felt these painful things, even if it was unconsciously, we sought to change something outside of us so that we would feel better and safer. All of this is becoming visible to us now, along with the sources of your patience and caring and contentment and gratitude and awe of the universe. And these sources also exist inside you. Inside you. Everything has changed. Our world has been turned upside down, literally. Before, it seemed that everything that caused us pain was outside of us, and that to escape that pain, we needed to change something outside of us. And that everything that caused us joy and satisfaction was outside of us. So to get more joy and more satisfaction, we again needed to look outside of us. Now we see that our experiences are generated internally. And that means that real power is the power not to be controlled by these interior dynamics. So this is a big change. Our old understanding of power, will you tell me? What is it for you? I'll suggest this, that our old understanding of power is the ability to manipulate and to control anything outside of us, everything outside of us, situations, circumstances, our environment, people. And the new understanding of power is to align our personalities, this part of ourselves that we have known for a long time, this part that was born on a certain day and will die on a certain day, to align our personalities with our souls, that part of ourself that existed before we were born and that will continue to exist after we die. When we align our personalities with our souls, we create a new kind of power, authentic power, real power, genuine power. We move beyond the limitations of our fears. We move beyond the limitations of everything within us that separates us from other people in our world. We move into a domain of freedom and awareness. Now, here's what I want to say at the end of this video. Moving into this new domain of freedom and awareness is not the same as the transformation of consciousness that is occurring. The transformation of consciousness that is occurring is the expansion of our perception beyond the five senses. And with that expansion of perception comes new perceptions, new values, and a new potential. And that potential is authentic power. Authentic power does not happen automatically, as multisensory perception is happening automatically. Each of us needs to create authentic power within ourselves. This is an intimate process. It's a journey into your own interior dynamics. It is the exploration of your emotions. It is experimenting with the use of your will. As you become multisensory, you find that you're longing for the intentions of your soul. You're longing for harmony and cooperation and sharing and reverence for life. Why don't you create them? Even when you want to create them, why don't you create them all the time? Because there are parts of your personality that do not want the intentions of your soul. Finding those, recognizing those, experiencing those, and moving beyond the limitation, the boundaries, the containment, the confines of those, the control of those, is why you were born with these parts of your personality. And as you do that, you create authentic power. So to sum it up, a big change has happened and is happening. That is the transformation of our species from a five-sensory species evolving by surviving, and surviving through the pursuit of external power, the ability to manipulate and to control, into a multisensory species that is evolving by growing spiritually, and that grows spiritually by creating authentic power. What could be more amazing? What could be more exciting? We are on the ground floor of a new human species. We are living in a new creation story. We are contributing to it. And how we contribute to it, and the tools that we now have for creating the new power, are also in the seat of the soul. And I'll be talking to you about all of them in the near future. I'm grateful to be with you. The second chapter in the seat of the soul is karma. Now, why would karma be the chapter that immediately follows the first chapter, evolution? And it's because without an understanding of karma, we can't understand our evolution. We're in new territory, a new evolutionary terrain. Our perception has expanded beyond the five senses. This is what we talked about in the last video on evolution. We are now able to experience ourselves as more than minds and more than bodies. we are able to experience ourselves or sense ourselves in some way as having a part of ourselves that is more than we thought. And that is the part of ourselves that was existing before we were born and that will continue to exist after we die. That's the soul. So now, where does evolution and the soul and we fit together? How does it happen? That's where karma comes in. And that's why karma is so important to understand. Now, there's a general understanding of karma, which is, in a broad sense, correct. And that is that what you do to other people, you're going to experience yourself. If you're not familiar with karma, which is an Eastern term, and you live in the West, then certainly you've heard of the Golden Rule. The Golden Rule is the same thing as karma. If you look at it, the Golden Rule says, do to others what you want them to do to you. Now, why do you think that is a golden rule? It is a golden rule not because it's a good idea, but because by following it, you can shape your future and your experiences in a wonderfully positive and constructive way. If we filled out all the words in the golden rule, it would be this: do unto others what you would want others to do unto you, because they will. That's the golden rule. So once you know it, you know there's a reason besides being morally correct or culturally correct. You know that when you are treating others with love and patience and kindness and care and consideration, those are the very experiences that you are bringing into your life, because others will treat you that way. So if you are hateful, you will bring the experiences of being confronted by hatred into the consciousness of another person. And at some time, you yourself will have that experience also. You will meet hatred in your life, hatred of you, irrational hatred because you're white, because you're black, because you're brown, because you're red, because you're a woman, because you're gay, because you're a lesbian, because you're blonde, because you're smart. These are all experiences that are painful. If you want to avoid having them in your life, then behave in such a way that you do not bring them into the lives of others. That's the golden rule. And that is also karma. What you create in the experience of another, you yourself will encounter in your own experience. Well, how does the soul fit into this? In a big way. While we were 5 sensory, we could look at the golden rule or look at karma and say, what I do to someone else, that's what someone else is going to do to me. But as we become multisensory, we begin to have a more accurate perception of karma and how it works. What you bring into the consciousness of someone else will come into your consciousness at some time, because there's an energy imbalance that you have created. This means that you have created an experience, but you have not encountered it yet yourself. Sometimes your personality will leave the earth school. Your soul will go home before you encounter what you have created. For example, suppose you betray someone, but then you die before you experienced betrayal, commensurate with the experience of betrayal that you have created in someone else. Did that karmic imbalance go away? Did it disappear? No, it did not. It is still an imbalance, and that imbalance needs to be balanced or righted. How does that happen? It happens when another personality of your soul encounters that experience. You may be that personality. Have you encountered experiences in your life that are painful, for example, and you simply cannot imagine, even with therapy perhaps, how you could have created that yourself? That would be an example of your encountering an experience that was created by another personality of your soul. In the same way that some of the experiences that you are creating will occur in other personalities of your soul. When we were five sensory and we imagined these things, we would say, those are our future lives, or those are our past lives. They are not really that. They are experiences of personalities that are in your family of personalities, so to speak. They all belong to your soul. And your soul is not experiencing itself in time. It is immortal. So all of the experiences of all of the personalities of your soul are occurring from the experience of your soul simultaneously. Do you realize what this means? It means that you can affect the past by the decisions that you make now, as well as the future. That's how karma works. Whenever you create an experience in someone else, you create an imbalance, and that imbalance must be righted, and it will be righted. You will experience it yourself, or another personality of your soul will experience it. And if another personality of your soul created it and did not experience it, yet another personality of your soul will experience it, and that could be you. So you can see that this is why it's necessary to have an understanding of karma in order to fully appreciate the experiences that are coming into your life. They are providing you opportunities to balance an energy imbalance, to complete a karmic experience. Now, by the way, karmic experiences are not necessarily painful. They can be blissful. Can you imagine the consequences that you're going to create in your future when you consciously hold other people in the highest regard, when you revere them, when you revere their essence, when you love them, when you do things for them without second agendas simply because you want to give, to contribute to life and to contribute to their lives? You, each time, are creating a karmic imbalance, an energy imbalance that must be corrected, and it will be corrected. You will experience others loving you without agendas, without strings attached. You will experience others holding you in the highest regard. You will experience others revering you simply because you are you. How does that sound for a future? Well, you can create it. But you need to understand karma. Now, let's get back to the relationship between you, karma, and evolution. It's not you that is evolving. This is the five sensory perception and mistaken perception of karma, that I am evolving. I, Gary Zukov, you bearing your name and your history and your experiences, that you are evolving. Yes, in a limited scope, that's correct. You are maturing emotionally. There is a maturation of your personality that is in process. The more aware you become and the more healthy your choices become, you become healthier. Your life begins to fill with meaning and joy. But when we speak of evolution, we are talking about the evolution of your soul. And your soul evolves through the decisions, the choices that you make, you, this personality with whom I am speaking. It is your soul that evolves through the decisions that you make to act in fear, such as anger or jealousy or resentment, or to act in love, such as appreciation and patience and caring. The soul is the unit of evolution, not the personality. Your soul is evolving. Everything in the universe evolves. It evolves toward greater awareness and freedom, and your soul is no exception. This process happens through the incarnation, and then reincarnation again and again and again of the energy of your soul into the earth school. And your process through the earth school, your journey through the earth school, is one continual opportunity to choose love instead of fear, to create the karma of love instead of the karma of fear. And as you do that, as you learn the lessons that you were born to learn, how to deal with your anger, your jealousy, your resentment, your rage, your inferiority and entitlement, your superiority and entitlement, or your inferiority and need to please, as you recognize the difference between these two and choose love instead of fear, it's your soul that evolves. So when you see this larger picture, or if you can't see it, imagine that you will at some time, but you can understand it. And it can resonate with you because you are multisensory. You can resonate with your soul evolving through the continual reincarnation of its energy into the earth school, into personalities that are each in their own way and in their own time, given opportunities to grow spiritually that are perfect, given the history of that personality. And this continues until you learn love. It's as simple as that. And learning love is such a wonderful, a magnificent, a freeing, a liberating, a joyful process, because love is freedom from fear. Love is what you are. Now I'm talking about your soul. And I'm not talking about a sentimental love or a Valentine's Day kind of love or a romantic love in any way. I was just talking with our friend, Maya Angelou, and Dr. Angelou says this: love is the potential in the human experience that allows you to develop courage. I never thought about it that way, but I think she's right. Where does real courage come from? The courage to love others, the courage to put others in front of yourself, the courage to do what in the West religions are based on, what the Christ said, love others, turn your other cheek. And how much did he love others? Well, according to Christians, he gave his life for others, and not only for them, for everyone. That's how much he loved. How freeing is that? Once you begin to see that it is your soul that is evolving, you can appreciate the power of your own life, that it's not random, it's not coincidental. Incarnation is a dramatic act of spiritual responsibility. You may not remember it, but you have volunteered for that dramatic act of spiritual responsibility, and you are in it now. You are living it now. Will you use your emerging awareness and multisensory perception to align your personality through your choices with your soul, with its intentions? Or will you use it to satisfy the wants of your personality? As you answer this question, and I suggest that you ask it to yourself continually, what kind of karma will you be creating? Is it the karma that you want to create? If not, there is one person I know of who can change it. And in fact, it's the only person who can change it. And that's you. And when can you change it? Right now. I'm delighted to speak to you again about the seat of the soul. And I'm looking forward to speaking with you again soon. The third chapter in the seat of the soul is reverence. Now, the first and the second chapters that we've already discussed are about evolution and karma. How does reverence fit into this picture? What does reverence have to do with evolution? What does it have to do with karma? And what is reverence? Reverence is a multisensory perception. Reverence is seeing the essence behind a thing or a person and relating to that essence. Reverence is going beyond the shell of form, beyond appearance, to what lies beneath the form, what lies beneath the appearance. That is essence. And as you relate to essence rather than to form, you are experiencing reverence. Reverence is a part of multisensory perception because the five senses cannot detect essence beneath form. It cannot detect the essence of a person. It can detect what a person looks like. It can detect how they speak, how they dress, how they behave, but it can't detect essence. The form or the appearance of people that you see are like costumes. For example, I'm wearing the costume of a white, educated male American. I'm a father and a grandfather. But suppose all of that were a costume, let's call it an earth suit, and you were interested in essence, you would be more interested in relating to what is wearing this earth suit than to the earth suit itself. How many types of earth suits are there? Well, how many different types of appearances are there? One earth suit might be a brown, Mexican, Catholic, mother of five. Another earth suit might be a yellow, Japanese, Buddhist, businessman. Another earth suit might be a black, African, male, school teacher, or professor. All of these earth suits, when they're seen as who a person is, are what divide us, what make us different. But when you look at essence, then you see what connects us. Then you see what gives us the love that we have for each other. That's how important reverence is. Reverence is seeing essence. So that means that becoming a reverent person means acting and speaking as a spiritual person in a world that lacks spirit. Can you do that? If you can't do that, you're not going to evolve. You're not going to change in the direction that your evolution and the evolution of our species now requires. And that is spiritual development. How can you be spiritual if you have no reverence? A world that has no reverence is a world in which life is a cheap commodity, as it is in our world now. If you have no reverence, you will harm people when you become frightened, when parts of your personality that are angry or jealous or resentful or outraged or terrified. But if you have reverence, you will spare yourself from these activities. And this is where reverence fits in with karma. If you are reverent, you will save yourself automatically from the severe consequences of karma. Karma is a neutral dynamic. It is a universal and impersonal teacher of responsibility. A person who is reverent will not encounter the experiences that are created by the activities, by the behaviors, by the intentions of an individual who lacks reverence. Reverence is understanding that we are not authorized to harm life because we are engaged in a learning dynamic that involves personal development. Reverence is being able to say, these are our brothers, these are our sisters. We must not harm them. We must not kill them, and mean it. Without reverence, life becomes cruel and cold, mechanical and random at the same time. With reverence, it becomes intimate and close and connected and warm and wonderfully fulfilling. Reverence is a holy perception. Reverence is simply accepting that all life is in and of itself sacred, however you define sacred. Without reverence, we do not value our experiences or the unfolding of our lives against a backdrop of spiritual development. Without reverence, we lash out in anger. We harm others, but without reverence, who cares if we harm others? Who cares if we kill life? Without reverence, we damage the ecology. Without reverence, there is no bound to the destruction that we can create. With reverence, we cannot destroy. It is not possible for a reverent person to destroy life. So reverence comes with multisensory perception, even if you're not able to see the essence beneath appearance. It is enough that you know that it's there and you strive to relate to it. With reverence, all forms of life, even the smallest, and all of their experiences are seen as contributing to the unfolding of the universe. They are all sacred. They are all precious. With reverence, all of our endeavors transform, they morph into something different and wonderful. For example, without reverence, business is motivated by profits that are generated by serving others. With reverence, businesses serve others, and that is made possible by profits. The goal and the means, the end and the means are reversed. The goal, the end of business now is profit, and the means is serving others. With reverence, business is motivated by serving others, and that is made possible by profits. That's what we strive to do here at the Seat of the Soul Institute. That's what so many businesses, almost all of them very small, strive to do. The energy of reverence is virtually lacking in our larger corporate enterprises. Reverence is the perception that all of life is a spiritual enterprise, not a material one. As you become reverent, you essentially become a spiritual person. You take the stand of one who is a champion of life, not just your life, not just the life of those who are close to you, but all of life. All of life. You begin to see life differently. You begin to see the interaction of the animal and the plant kingdom in nature. You begin to see that as one animal gives its life to another, that is not a brutal survival of the fittest. That is ecology, the natural distribution of energy among kingdoms. My adopted Sioux uncle, Phil Lane Sr., once told me a story. He said, Tonshka, nephew, do you notice that in a herd of buffalo, the young calves are at the center, and they're surrounded by all of the rest of the buffaloes in the herd, and they protect the calves. The older buffaloes move to the outside of the herd, where they give themselves to their brothers, the wolves. And then, I love thinking about this. And then he said, Toshka, I'm getting to be like those old buffalo. My life is all for the people now. He was reverent. And everything he did was reverent. Perhaps because Toward the end of his life, he had spent a lot of time learning how to look for and relate to essence. That's our path now. That's what's required of spiritual development, and that is the result of spiritual development. That is reverence. I'm so happy to be able to share something this important with you. It is something that is at the heart of the new world that is emerging. And where is this new world emerging? It's emerging in you. It's emerging in me. It's emerging in each of us. And as it does, as the perceptions upon which it will be built come into our consciousness, we become reverent. The fourth chapter in the Seat of the Soul is about heart. And heart is literally at the heart of authentic power, of our new potential, of what we are becoming and what we can become. Now, by heart, I'm not speaking about a romantic heart or a sentimental heart. I'm not talking about the kind of heart that you see on Valentine Day cards. Valentine Day cards. You know what I'm talking about. When I say heart, I'm talking about the most healthy, grounded, vital, constructive, and loving part of yourself. It's not possible for us to create authentic power. It's not possible for us to give the gifts that we were born to give. It's not possible for us to evolve individually, and it's not possible for our entire species to evolve without the heart. This is new. This is completely new in the human experience. There is nothing in the theory of survival of the fittest that refers to the heart. There is nothing in our old understanding of power as the ability to manipulate and control that has to do with the heart. That is because this theory of evolution by survival of the fittest and this understanding of power as the ability to manipulate and control are both products of a five-sensory species that was limited in its perception to what we can see and hear and taste and touch and smell. And multisensory perception is now taking us beyond that. The intellect cannot grasp what multisensory perception is allowing us to experience. It cannot grasp the soul. It cannot grasp a dynamic, a living dynamic that is your essence, that evolves in eternity without time. Evolution without time is simply nonsensical. It's a non sequitur for the intellect, and yet much of your life is becoming and will become that which your intellect cannot understand. This does not mean that your intellect is obsolete. You still use it to send email. You still use it to remember your zip code. You still use it to organize your life according to a schedule if that's what you need to do. But your intellect can no longer address the fundamental questions of your life. In fact, it never has been able to do that. But now that limitation is becoming apparent in every way. Therefore, the time has come for a higher order of logic and understanding. The logic and understanding that we have now comes from the intellect, and the intellect and the five senses come together and work together like this. The intellect uses data, information that the five senses provide, and it compares it. It analyzes it, and it deduces from that analysis what you can do to survive and become more comfortable. But that's all it can do. The higher order of logic and understanding that is necessary to meaningfully reflect the existence and evolution of the soul comes from the heart. The creation of this higher order of logic and understanding, therefore, requires close attention to feelings. In other words, emotions are very important to our evolution now. Without awareness of your emotions, you cannot understand their causes and their effects. Without awareness of your emotions, you cannot distinguish within yourself that which comes from your personality and that which comes from your soul. Those emotions within you that are painful to experience, such as anger, resentment, judgment, rage, inferiority, superiority, come from your personality. And when I say they're painful, I'm not simply saying that anger is painful, but it is, that jealousy is painful, and it is. I am saying that when you look beneath them, when you look at your body, when you become aware in terms of your body of the emotions that are in you, then you will find that those emotions come with painful physical sensations. They are painful physical sensations, that the difficult emotions of anger and judgment and resentment and all of those things mask for a moment. When you look inside yourself at your loving emotions, such as gratitude, appreciation, caring, contentment, patience, all of life and the universe, you will find beneath them physical sensations that are blissful, that feel wonderful, that feel good. And those show you your soul. Those put you in touch with your soul. So without awareness of your emotions, you're adrift. You don't know what is coming from your personality and will create painfully if you act on it, and what is coming from your soul and will create constructively if you act on it. You're simply tossed about like a leaf in the wind, or one that's fallen into a raging river. And you think sometimes, now I'm angry, now I'm happy, now I'm sad, now I'm resentful, now I'm depressed, now I'm so delighted to be alive, and now I want to kill myself. It's awareness of your emotions and the courage to become aware of your emotions that enable you to see the powerful dynamics that generate your emotions and that show you the consequences of what you will create if you act on them. And at the moment, you're probably acting on them unconsciously, continually. The higher order of logic and understanding will bring all of this into a new focus. The higher order of logic and understanding will show you how and why you are related to your soul and how your emotions are related to your soul. Without awareness of your emotions, you cannot experience reverence. Reverence is not an emotion. It's a way of being. And that way of being requires your heart. And only an awareness of your emotions can open your heart. The higher order of logic and understanding that we must now apply to human affairs is very different from the logic and understanding that have brought us to this place in our evolution. If we continue to use that logic and understanding in the pursuit of external power, the ability to manipulate and to control, we put our very evolution at risk. We certainly make it impossible to give the gifts that we were born to give, to live lives of meaning and fulfillment and richness and gratification. Have you ever thought that logic and understanding needed to be anchored in your emotions? Have you ever thought that a higher order of logic and understanding would bring into your awareness experiences that your intellect cannot explain to you, but that are now necessary for your own fulfillment? Let's take a look at something that has puzzled people for millennia. Evil. What is evil? From the higher order of logic and understanding, and with the use of multisensory perception, a new understanding of evil is coming into our awareness. Evil is not a presence. Evil is not a thing. Evil is an absence. What we call evil is an absence of light with a capital L. Light with a capital L is the same thing as divine intelligence. Evil is an absence of divine intelligence. And what does this mean? It means that we need to look at evil and approach it in a very different way. Because evil is an absence, you cannot imprison it. Can we arrest an absence? Can we punish an absence? Can we conquer an absence? No, we cannot. The only thing that can remedy an absence is a presence. And the only presence that can remedy evil is conscious divine light. Let's call it love. No army can effectively engage evil. No army can engage evil at all. I know, I was in one. I was in one of the most powerful armies that the earth has ever seen, the United States military. And there was nothing that this military organization could do to confront evil in the world. Only the heart can engage evil. Only your heart can engage evil in your life. And that means that the first step in engaging evil or eliminating evil from the human experience is one that you must take. And the place to eliminate evil in the human experience is in you. The heart now lies at the center of our interior landscape. The heart now lies at the center of our evolutionary landscape. The heart is now our new pole star. Without it, we are lost. Without it, we will go nowhere. Is it bad or is it wrong to go nowhere? Is it bad or is it wrong to continue to create destructively? Is it bad or wrong to continue to cultivate painful, excruciating experiences? No, it's not at all. It's part of our learning, but we do not need any longer to continue to choose these things. Eventually, you will come to understand and appreciate the power of your heart. Why wait any longer before you begin this journey to your heart? My adopted Sioux uncle told me many more times than once, Donchka, nephew, the longest journey you're going to make in your life is from here to here. And he pointed to his forehead and his chest area. I'm still making that journey. And you are still making that journey. Why not start that journey consciously? Why not understand from the beginning, from this beginning now, henceforth, that the heart is at the center of all that we must become, or all that we can become, all that we must become in order to reach our full potential, all that we must become to give the gifts that we were born to give. The heart has not must. You should do this, you should not do that. The heart includes. The heart shows you opportunities. The heart leads you to health, but you must choose to follow it. Isn't this an amazing turn of events? I or anyone should be speaking to you about our evolution, the evolution that has brought our species to where it is now, about the need to recognize the heart, about the end of this evolutionary journey that has brought us to where we are now, and the beginning of a new evolutionary journey that will take us into our future, a future of the heart, a future of the intentions of the soul, harmony, cooperation, sharing, and reverence for life, a future of connection, of intimacy, of caring, of patience, a future of forgiveness and clarity and cooperation and love. I'm looking forward to being with you again, and soon. The 5th chapter of The Seat of the Soul is about intuition. The entire book could be about intuition. Intuition is at the very heart of multisensory perception. It's what allows you to be multisensory, and its value to you, its value to me, its value to humanity is unfathomable. Intuition allows you to communicate with wisdom and compassion that is beyond what we can give to one another. Intuition allows you to speak with non-physical intelligence and wisdom. Non-physical intelligence and wisdom might be a wise person in your life that is still with you in some way. Non-physical intelligent soul. Have you ever thought about communicating with your own soul? That can happen, and it happens through intuition. It's what we call a higher self, or the higher self experience. The higher self experience is the communication between your personality and your soul. There's more about this in The Seat of the Soul, but I know that eventually you will discover it and experience it for yourself. Now there's even more. Intuition allows you to communicate with souls that are in advance of your own. And it also allows you to communicate with non-physical intelligence and guidance, such as what in the West we might call angels. But the point is this: multisensory perception is expanding our awareness in previously unthinkable ways, literally unthinkable ways, because multisensory perception isn't thought, it isn't analyzed, it isn't deduced and concluded. Multisensory perception is a sensory system that is coming into the awareness of hundreds of millions of humans. It is coming into their awareness in addition to the sensory system of their 5 senses. So individuals such as these, and within a few generations, it will include all individuals, are literally multi-sensory. They have more sensory systems than one. So what is intuition? Intuition is that sensory system or that sensory capability that allows you to know more than your 5 senses can tell you. Until we became multisensory, intuition was a curiosity. In other words, it's a curiosity to 5 sensory humans. They understand about hunches, and many of them have had hunches. They understand about precognition, although they might not have used that word. But in other words, they felt that something was going to happen, and something actually did happen. All of that is part of intuition. But intuition is something that is no longer a curiosity. To multisensory humans, it is the essential, it is the essence, it is the primary decision-making faculty. And the intellect has taken a rear seat. The intellect has been demoted. It's no longer the chairman of the board. It's an employee. It serves the heart. And intuition gives you awareness that your intellect and your five senses cannot give you. For example, the hunches that we've talked about. Intuition serves the purpose of keeping you in the earth school until your soul decides that it's time for you to leave. It's the hunch to check your brakes. It's the hunch that it might not be safe to walk down this street. It's the hunch that your keys are still back on your desk before you close and lock the door. But that's just the beginning. Intuition also serves your creativity. For example, I once had the impulse to accept an invitation to a very unusual meeting of physicists at the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory in Berkeley, California. I say it was unusual because I'm not a physicist. I had never studied physics. I was a liberal arts major. And yet this invitation came to me, in fact, by way of a sort of a rogue who really didn't maintain a relationship with the physicist who invited him, and he invited me. And it was at that meeting that I went to simply to see what scientists look like, that I discovered something that changed the course of my life. These physicists were talking in plain language that day, and they were asking themselves this question: are we creating the reality that we are experimenting with? And I was stunned. This was not a coffee shop conversation. I was used to that in San Francisco. These were some of the finest professional physicists in the world. And it was because of that experience that I became interested in understanding what they were talking about, that I had the tenacity to keep reading, to keep asking questions until I could begin to understand some of the things they were talking about that excited me so much. But when I first heard them, I couldn't reproduce them. I couldn't tell anybody why I was so excited. I just was excited. And that book, I jumped ahead of myself. And that excitement, that interest eventually led to a book called The Dancing Wooly Masters. And that was my first experience of intuition, consciously experiencing intuition, not just the hunch to go to the meeting. That book and the writing of it was my first experience of authentic power, although I couldn't use those words and didn't have those terms, but I knew something. I experienced something different. I experienced the joy of creating with conscious and constructive intent. I experienced the exhilaration of non-physical guidance. And it was all because of an intuition. And you have intuitions too. Intuition also serves your spiritual growth. Intuition is access to your non-physical teachers whose only, I'm not going to use the word concern because they're not concerned. They are focused on your spiritual development. And you can access their wisdom and their guidance. It's really easy. For example, all you need to do before you speak or before you act is to ask yourself, what is my intention? Why am I doing this? What is it that I really want? And then listen for an answer. Now, the answer might not come just when you ask the question, and it might not come in the way that you expect it to come, but it will come, because no question that you ask goes unanswered. No prayer goes unheard. That's part of intuition too. Your answer may not come until you relax yourself or go for a walk by a stream or go into town to buy some groceries. It might come the next day or the next week in a conversation that you overhear in which someone says something, and that is the answer, and you recognize the answer. Now, the way you recognize intuition is probably going to be different from the ways that other people recognize intuition or experience intuition, because every personality has its own intuitional structure, which is the way that you receive, understand intuition. Actually, receiving and understanding are different. It's the way that you receive intuition. We all know how to think. We learned about it in school. We learn how to develop and strengthen our cognitive processes. Now, in the same way, we are acquiring intuition. It's a gift, but we will find ways to develop and strengthen it. And those ways are in the seat of the soul. You probably just read about them. And if you haven't, then buy the book, the 25th anniversary edition that has a very large study guide at the back. And it will bring you into contact, experiential contact with intuition and everything else that's in the seat of the soul. Intuition is becoming your most important experience. Actually, your most important experience is the experience of your heart, and your intuition will show you how to come into contact with your heart, how to listen to your heart, how to use your heart in ways that will make the products of your intuition constructive and beneficial. There's so much that I can tell you about intuition, but it's in the seat of the soul. It's in the study guide to chapter 5 of the seat of the soul. And more than that, it's in your life because you're becoming multisensory. So ask questions about the things that are most important to you. Use your intuition. Experiment with your intuition. Figure things out if you want. Use your intellect. But before you act, before you speak, call upon your intuition. And your intuition will provide you with interesting answers. Now, by the way, your intellect will seldom disagree with you. It will rationalize what you want to do. But your intuition will often surprise you. And that's a wonderful experience in itself. I'm grateful to be speaking to you about such an important thing as intuition and multisensory perception and authentic power. And I'm looking forward to speaking to you again. I want to talk to you about light. Now, by light, I don't mean the kind of light that comes out of a flashlight or that you flip a switch and light comes on in the room. I'm not even talking about the metaphorical kind of light that comes on when you have a good idea, or when you come out of darkness and things are clear to you again because you can see in the light. All of those things are reflections of non-physical light. Non-physical light, I would spell with a capital L. It's not the same as ordinary light. It's not the same as the light that comes on when you turn on your car headlamps. Non-physical light, light with a capital L, is instantaneous. Physical light with a little l, the kind that we use to get around in the world, especially at night, can't go very far and it can't go very fast. It's limited to the domain of the five senses, to the domain of time and space and matter and duality. Now, if you're a physicist, you might say, wait a minute, light travels at 186,000 miles per second. Isn't that pretty fast? How can you say that's not very fast? Well, even in terms of the physical universe, it's not very fast. It can take years and years and years or decades or centuries for light to go from one part of the physical universe to another part. In fact, there's even the term light year. That's how far light travels in a year. It takes time. It's relatively slow. And as we become multisensory, we begin to understand and to experience in ways that are meaningful for us that the entirety of physical reality, the domain of the five senses, is not the entirety of reality. It is not the universe. The physical universe is our Earth school. The universe is hugely, 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 unfathomably, hugely larger. In fact, it's so large that it has no limits at all. And the light that I'm talking to you about now is the light of the non-physical universe, of which our physical universe, our Earth school, is a part. How big is non-physical reality? How big is the universe? That question cannot be answered. Imagine that the universe has no top and no bottom, no dimension that ends to the right and no dimension that ends to the left. It is like time that's eternal. It is like timelessness is eternal. It has no beginning and it has no end. In fact, it doesn't even exist in non-physical reality. That's where your soul exists, in non-physical reality. You come from non-physical reality, and when your personality dies, which means when your soul decides to go home, you return to non-physical reality. Even now, as you listen to me or watch me, the majority of you exist in non-physical reality. And that means that most of your interactions occur in non-physical reality. This is the realm of light with a capital L. Light with a capital L. Consciousness with a capital L. Love with a capital L. All of these are the non-physical universe. All of these are ways of expressing non-physical reality, of expressing the universe that is alive and wise and compassionate. Light with a capital L, the kind of light that I'm talking to you about now, is instantaneous. In non-physical reality, there is no time between an intention and its manifestation. You might say that in non-physical reality, your intention is one with who and what you are. There is no time difference between the loving thoughts of a son and his father registering those thoughts. All of this is becoming part of our experience as we become multisensory. So we can use physical light as a metaphor to talk about non-physical light. In fact, it's a beautiful and a powerful metaphor because, as I mentioned, physical light is a reflection of non-physical light. So what are you? You are a system of light within light. You are a system of light, as is every living being, as is everything that exists. This is light with a capital L. So our world and you in it are a system of light within systems of light within systems of light within systems of light, all with a capital L. And that light is the same light as the light of your soul. Isn't that remarkable? All of this was so while we were multisensory. Well, pardon me, while we were limited to the five senses, while we were not multisensory. But now that we are becoming multisensory, we are beginning to recognize the existence of the soul that is immortal, the soul that exists and evolves in non-physical reality, the soul that is timeless and eternal. And by the way, if you didn't notice just then, that is something that the intellect cannot grasp. The intellect cannot comprehend evolution without time, and yet everything in the universe, including your soul, evolves toward ever greater awareness and freedom. Light is what you are. Light is what others are. Light is what our world is. Light is what everything that you can think of, comprehend, and all that you cannot is. That is the universe. That is love, compassion. That is wisdom. That is impersonal intelligence. How does this affect you? When you begin to realize that most of you and most of your experiences exist in non-physical reality, then you can begin, and are instantaneous, then you can begin to put more awareness into the choices that you make, into the intentions that you choose. And there are two intentions. I'm going to be talking about this in the next video and the video after that. But when we speak of intention, we are talking about this: love or fear. And the intention that you choose has ramifications, consequences, impacts far beyond what you can imagine. What kind of consequences do you want to create? What do you want to contribute to the world? What do you want to contribute to the universe? What do you want to contribute to the evolution of your own soul? All of these things are of light. While we were 5 sensory, we thought that we were made of stuff, muscles, neurons, organs, bones, skin, derma. But we are actually much more than that. Now, physics, or at least advanced physics, begins to point in this direction. For some time now, it's been known in the realm of subatomic physics that most of a subatomic structure, such as a molecule, well, such as an atom. A molecule isn't subatomic, it's made of atoms, but atomic structures and the particles that interact to create them are mostly space. And we are made of molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. Our organs and all of our organic stuff is made of molecules. That means we are mostly space. Some people like to say empty space, but space is not empty. Nothing is empty. Nothing is empty of intelligence. Nothing is empty of love. Nothing is empty, love with a capital L. Nothing is empty of life with a capital L. So when you choose your intention, look at the magnitude of who you are. Look at the immensity of your creative capability. Look at the immensity of your power. Look at the immensity and depth of the choice that you are making, the choice of who you are, of what you will contribute, and entertain the idea that what you contribute has no bounds. It extends and extends and extends with each choice you make, with each decision that you make that involves an intention. And as you choose to align yourself with light, I didn't say that right. You are light. You cannot align yourself with light. You can align yourself with your soul, with the intentions of your soul, with harmony and cooperation and sharing and reverence for life. You can radiate that. You can generate that. And you do with each choice. If you want to experience light in you, you can do that through your emotions. Your emotions are the force field of your soul. And your emotions have different frequencies. Here's where we can use the metaphor of physical light to discuss what it reflects, which is non-physical light. Some light has lower frequency. Lower frequency light deteriorates when you, let me put it this way, you are a system of light, and when you shift your thoughts, you shift the frequency of your light. When your thoughts are depressed or angry or jealous, you lower the frequency of your light, and your emotions and your physical state deteriorate. When you think thoughts such as appreciation or gratitude or patience or caring, you elevate the frequency of your light. And your physical circumstance and your emotions are also elevated. That's the difference between low frequency light and high frequency light. If you're not aware of your emotions, if you're not aware of what you're generating in the world and in the universe, then you will lose power, lose energy to lower frequency energy around you. In other words, when you're with a depressed person, we say that person is an energy sink, and we begin to go down with him or with her. We say that an enlightened person or a loving person is radiant or buoyant. And when we are around that person, we begin to go up with him or with her. As you become aware of yourself and your relationship to and your identity with light, you become the energy sink or the radiant energy. And you make that decision as you shift your thoughts away from thoughts of fear and into and towards or into thoughts of love. I'm so happy to be able to share this with you so that you can understand that you are much more than a thing, an animated thing that has life in it. You are light. Everything is light with a capital L. Take a moment or two, perhaps each day, to meditate on that, to see what that does to the way you look at yourself, you look at others, and you look at the world. Take a moment to meditate on that and see how that affects or can affect or could affect the choices that you make. I'm going to speak to you about intention. This is one of my favorite topics. Intention is very important. As you begin to understand what an intention is and what it does and the influence that it has on you as well as on others, then you'll begin to see how important intentions are. Nothing exists without consciousness. There is light. We've just talked about light in an earlier video, light with a capital L, and there is the shaping of light. This is creation. You are a dynamic being of light, light with a capital L. And you shape the light that flows through you at each moment. What you feel, what you think, what you do are the feeling forms and the thought forms and the action forms that you give to the light that's flowing through you. You change the shape of the light that flows through you when you change your consciousness. That's the only way that you can. And you change your consciousness each time you choose an intention. An intention lies at the heart of your creation. So, in other words, suppose you are angry and you have the intention to push people away. You judge them. You feel superior. You intend to impose yourself upon them. That intention, all of those intentions, shape the energy that is flowing through you. It shows the configuration of your personality, your space-time being. When you change that consciousness, you change the shape of the energy that is flowing through you. You change the configuration of your personality. When you replace your anger, for example, with acceptance, then you begin to create differently. You shape the light that's flowing through you differently. And everything about you changes. It all has to do with intention. You create your reality with your intentions. An intention is more than a wish or a desire. An intention is the use of your will. It is drawing upon your essential capability. You are a decision-making being. That is the same as saying you are a continual creator. And what you create depends upon the decisions that you make. The decisions about what? About whether to have chocolate ice cream or vanilla? No. The decision to go to this play or that theater? No. It's the decision to create with this intention or with that intention. As you create with your intentions, you create the world around you. It's a multi-layered creation. And the first layer is your personal world. Here's where your decisions are most effective, and they're felt intimately and inside. As you move outward, you move into the layer or the realm of your family. Here, your choice of intentions and their choices of intentions are interactive, but still it's an intimate arena. The next layer out from your family would involve your community, the clerks in the grocery store, in the clothing store, at the post office, your community around you. Now it's less intimate, but still more intimate than your city. And the next layer beyond your city is your state or your region. And beyond that becomes your country. And beyond that becomes the world. Now, at each of these layers, you are creating with your intentions. So your intentions are interacting with the intentions of others. Physical reality is not a thing that we share. That is a perception of the five senses. And as you are becoming multisensory, you are beginning to see that it's much more complex and rich and dynamic than that. The physical reality that we share is a massive overlay, a massive fluid consciousness in which we are creating with our intentions and others are creating with their intentions, in which we exist independently and also exist interdependently. As you create, you have not only your personal creations, but it's possible to create impersonal creations or collective creations. For example, look at the collectives of which you are a part. You are part of the collective of male, if you are a male. You're part of the collective of female, if you are a female. If you are a male, you are part of the collective of son. And many of you are also part of the collective of father, which means parent also, and grandfather. And the same if you're a female, you're part of the collective of daughter, and most of you mother, and many of you grandmother. If you're in Ethiopia, you participate in the evolution of the collective called Ethiopia, or Canada, or Russia, or the United States, or China, or Vietnam. You begin to see how many collectives you're a part of. As you make your decisions, you participate in the evolution of these collectives. And so you can participate in a collective, an impersonal collective, that will live longer than you will, such as the United States of America, or such as France, or such as the University of Kansas, or Harvard, or even your high school. At the heart of all of this is the intentions that you choose moment by moment. Now, if you're unaware of your intentions, then you're unconscious of them. If you're unaware of your intentions, the strongest one will win. That means the strongest of your intentions that are unconscious will step forward and shape your reality. They will claim the place of the single intention that you will choose that will shape your experiences. When you become conscious, you are able to choose for yourself your intention. For example, when you're choosing an intention of anger or you're acting in an intention of anger, beneath that is the intention of fear. And you will experience the consequences of those intentions. If you're not conscious of this, you become angry, you act, the intention behind your action is unconscious, your creations are unconscious, and you encounter them. And if you're not aware that you have created them, you'll do the same thing again. But when you choose your consciousness, when you choose your intentions consciously, then you change the shape that you are giving to the light with a capital L that is flowing through you. All of this was so before we became multisensory. We participated in this complex process and powerful process and far-reaching process of creation. Each of us individually creating with the intentions that we chose, usually unconsciously. Now that we are becoming multisensory, we can begin to appreciate this process and appreciate the place of consciousness in it, to be able to intervene consciously in this process, to create our lives consciously, to shape the energy that is flowing through us consciously. As we are becoming multisensory, we are becoming a species of whole individuals who are consciously shaping the light that flows through them with compassion and wisdom and love. Intention. Now, the last video was about intention also. Intention is the only topic in the Seat of the Soul that has 2 videos. It has 2 chapters in the Seat of the Soul. This time, I'm going to talk about intention from a different perspective. I want you to see how huge intention is, how huge a role intention plays in your life, and how far-reaching are the consequences when you are not aware of your intentions and when you are. And then how far-reaching the consequences are depending upon the intentions that you choose. Let's begin this way. You are a product of the karma of your soul. Your personality, that's you with a little y, has aspects in it that originate in fear, that are angry and jealous and resentful and impatient. And these are aspects of your soul that your soul desires to heal. And so they are given to your personality by your soul. Your personality is an energy tool that your soul adapts. Also part of your personality are parts that are already aligned with your soul. Those are the parts that are patient and caring and grateful and joyful. So when a soul incarnates into the earth school, when a neonate is born, it is not a blank slate. It is not a tabula rasa. It is a very complex dynamic that serves very accurately and specifically purposes that are set, that are decided by its soul and by its soul prior to its incarnation into the earth school. Those aspects of your soul that your soul desires to heal during this incarnation or that incarnation into the earth school come with intentions. And these intentions will create the experiences of the neonate, of the personality, of the newly incarnate soul into the earth school. And as that personality moves through the earth school, these intentions will create consequences for it. They will determine how the personality is prone to see its experiences. They will determine how the personality reacts to experiences, and especially those that it doesn't like. And as the personality reacts to its experiences, it creates more karma for itself. And as it encounters the consequences of that karma, of its own reactions, then it creates further karma, and so on. And this continues until the soul determines or decides to go home. And at that point, the personality that it adapts, it releases. Then the same process occurs. Those karmic lessons that were not learned in the lifetime just ended are incorporated if the soul decides to incarnate again with its guides, with its teachers, and with other souls with whom an incarnation could be beneficial. If it decides to incarnate again, the lessons that it has not learned in the last incarnation are brought forward into the next lifetime, along with new lessons for the soul that resulted from reactions of its personality in the earth school, and along with parts of its personality that the soul lends, parts of itself that the soul lends to the personality that are already aligned with it. And this is how a soul evolves from incarnation to reincarnation to reincarnation to reincarnation. And this continues indefinitely until the intentions with which the personality is creating are changed. It continues until you inject consciousness into this cyclic creative process. And when you do, when you insert consciousness at the point of choice, at the point of intention, you allow for alternatives. You allow for the creation of a different future. You allow for different qualities and types of experiences in your life. You become able to bring the consciousness of your soul into its incarnation, and that's you. You become able to infuse the consciousness of the sacred into physical matter. And the shift, the change from the unconscious, repetitive creation of identical or similar consequences, creating reactions which are identical or similar, is broken. It is broken in that moment of choice. Another moment of choice will occur. Every circumstance that you encounter reflects an intention. And if you want to change that kind of experience or that quality of experience, then you must choose a response to it instead of a reaction. That means you must choose a different intention. And as you do, the consequences of your life change, and the experiences of your soul begin to become more and more a part of who you are. Until you do this, you are living a robotic life, one that continues without your conscious volition, without your will. And as you create from unconscious parts of your personality, you create consequences. And when those consequences are not experienced by the personality that creates them, they don't disappear. That's what we talked about when we discussed karma. They continue. Well, who experiences them? Another version of you? No, that version is gone. When your personality dies, it dies. Another personality of your soul experiences those consequences that were created, but were not experienced in the lifetime that created it. In other words, every experience that you encounter balances the energy of your soul, serves the requirements of the energy of your soul, and at the same time provides your personality with the clearest choice of learning wisdom through love and trust or through fear and doubt. Your personality matures in time. Your soul evolves in eternity. So intention affects not only your personal experience, it affects the experiences that you will encounter, that your soul will encounter as it continues to evolve. This is the same thing. This is another way of looking at what we discussed in the video on karma. Unfinished business doesn't disappear. It appears again in the experience of another personality of your soul. But what I want to bring your attention to here is that the experiences that a personality creates from its birth are the result of intentions that it chooses. And those intentions are the intentions that it brings into the earth school that serve the evolution of its soul. Those are the parts of its personality that its soul desires to heal. And so those parts of its personality, those that originate in fear, those that create destructive and painful consequences, will create for that personality the reality that is optimal for its growth and the evolution of its soul, unconsciously. But it will be painful. The consequences that it creates unconsciously through the unconscious choice of unconscious intentions are painful, and they're destructive. So you can always tell when you encounter an unconsciously created consequence in your life, because you won't want it. You'll be surprised perhaps that it happened to you, and it will be painful. In that moment, use that experience of surprise, of why me, of pain, to recognize that this is an opportunity for you to apply consciousness in your next choice of intention, which is immediately before you. Will you react as you have in the past, or will you respond? Will you experiment with your life? Will you create differently? Will you choose before you speak and before you act a different intention? An intention of love instead of fear. Even while you are angry, will you choose to act and to speak with the intention of acceptance? While you are impatient, not after you feel fine, but while you are impatient, will you choose to act with the intention of patience? While you are jealous, will you choose, in that moment, will you choose to act or to speak with the intention of gratitude. Each time you choose an intention, which means each time you challenge an attitude, for example, anger, it doesn't mean that that attitude immediately disappears. It doesn't. But as you make your decisions consciously and wisely, your choices of intention, your attitudes begin to reflect or express the decisions that you have made consciously as they now reflect the decisions that you have made unconsciously. So you can see that intention is indeed a very big subject. Intention is, the choice of intention is the way that you shape the energy that is flowing through you. Your choice of intention determines your experiences in the future. Your choice of intention determines what you will contribute to all of the collectives in which you participate, the most inclusive of which is the human species. Your intention, your choice of intentions, will determine the configuration of the personality that your soul will create for its next incarnation or for another incarnation into the Earth School. So the next time you're about ready to speak or to act and you're not sure what your intention is, I suggest you take the time to give it some thought, to look inside, ask your intuition. Ask your intuition, what is my intention? What is my reason for doing this? Does this reason come from love or does it come from fear? Begin to appreciate the power of your own creative capacity. And as you consider intention and the role that it plays in your incarnation, in your life, you'll begin to appreciate just how significant your creative capacity is. I'm going to talk to you now about the very heart of creating authentic power, the very heart of it, and that's choice. You cannot create authentic power without conscious choice. Of course, you make unconscious choices all the time. Every time you're angry and you act in anger, or every time you're sad and you act in your sadness or depression, or your resentment or your superiority or your inferiority, or your obsession or your addiction. Well, you see what I mean. Most of us make our choices unconsciously, and so we create unconsciously, and then we encounter the consequences of what we have unconsciously created, and we are required to make another choice. But choice is very important. Have you ever thought that your choices are actually at the heart of your evolution or not? They are. Choice is the engine of our evolution. And the choice that you make is the choice between the parts of your personality that create destructively, the parts that are painful on the one hand, and on the other hand, the parts of your personality that are blissful, that feel so good, and that create constructively. In other words, the choice that you make is the choice of intention, the intention of fear and intention of fear, or the intention and intention of love. Now, you cannot make a conscious choice without awareness of the different parts of your personality. So in this video, I'm speaking to you about conscious choice. Don't leave home without it, because if you do, you're going to be creating some things that you won't appreciate or enjoy when you encounter them. As you become aware of the different parts of your personality, that awareness itself brings with it the need for conscious choice. In other words, a splintered personality has aspects of itself that oppose one another. One part of a splintered personality wants to be generous and is generous, and another aspect of a splintered personality is stingy. One aspect of a splintered personality wants to give to the world, and other aspects of a splintered personality take from the world. As you become aware of these parts of your personality, you become aware of the need to choose between them. And this is the foundational structure. This is the backbone situation of our evolution, the point of choice. Choice between internal dynamics within you. As you become aware of yourself as a spiritual being and of your nature as a being of light, and as you choose to align your personality with your soul, you begin to experience authentic power. When you choose to align your personality, let me put it this way, when you choose to align yourself with your personality, you give power to the realm of the five senses, to external circumstances and objects, and they control you. You pursue external power. When you choose to align yourself with your soul, you align yourself with the energy of love. The energy of the soul is universal love. And as you align yourself with your soul, you begin to create within you the characteristics of an authentically powerful personality: humbleness, clarity, forgiveness, and love. As you choose to heal the parts of your soul, which means the parts of your personality that originate in fear, that are fearful, that are caught in the energy of the earth school, that are controlled by things and circumstances and situations. As you choose to align yourself with that, your life begins to empty of meaning. When you choose health, you invoke non-physical guidance, and non-physical guidance comes. Everyone has non-physical teachers with a capital T. And when you choose health, you ask for their guidance, and that guidance comes. Before you make a decision, before you choose an intention, a quality of consciousness, ask yourself about what you are thinking of doing or saying. Will this create? What will this create? What will this most likely create? Is this what I really want to create? Am I willing to assume responsibility for these consequences? When you choose to align yourself, let me put it this way. When you make a choice and you are willing to assume responsibility for the consequences that that choice creates, and you choose to remain conscious, that is a responsible choice. Now, there's a very interesting dynamic that assists you in making responsible choices, and that is the dynamic of temptation. Temptation is the dynamic that allows you to evolve consciously without creating negative karma. In other words, temptation is the universe graciously allowing you to see a negativity within yourself that would create negative karma, painful consequences if you acted on it. Most people think that temptation is a bad thing. They think that temptation is something that leads you astray. Actually, it's the opposite. Temptation allows you to see an aspect of your personality that originates in fear and that wants to do something that will create painful consequences for you were you to act out what that part of your personality wants to do. In other words, through the gracious dynamic of temptation, you are able to cleanse yourself of negativity without creating negative karma. You are able to evolve, to make choices from which you will gain power without your process spilling over into the energy of other individuals and creating karma. Temptation is the dynamic that caused the accountant to cheat. It is the dynamic that calls the spouse to adultery. It is the dynamic that allows a person whose eating is out of control to more chocolate chip ice cream. When you are aware of your temptations, you are aware of the internal struggle within you between loving parts of your personality and a frightened part of your personality. And when you make that choice, without acting it out, you move yourself forward. Evolution through responsible choice is the accelerated path of the multisensory human. Every choice that you make is a choice of intention, and every choice of intention shapes your experience. Every choice of intention creates your karma. Every choice of intention creates your future. When you combine emotional awareness and responsible choice, you are on the multisensory accelerated path to authentic power, to meaning, purpose, fulfillment, and joy. Until then, you are caught in the grip of parts of your personality that you are not aware of. And if you are aware of them, then everything that you create, that is painful, you will be creating knowingly. You cannot not choose. You are a powerful and creative, compassionate and loving spirit. You are a creative being. You are a creating being. The choice not to choose is the choice to create unconsciously and therefore to wield power irresponsibly. Pay attention to your choices. Each choice allows you to move into a new direction or to continue in the same robotic, painful direction that you've moved in the past. Choice is your gift and the nature of your being simultaneously. You are continually creating. What will you create? That is what you now have the choice to consider and the choice to utilize. I have a special topic to talk to you about. It's a topic that's dear to my heart because I have some experience with it. I'm going to talk to you about addiction. Now, before you say, that doesn't apply to me, I don't have any addictions, take a moment to consider what we've been discussing. Let's go back a few steps. Every personality has different parts. A personality isn't just a single thing that is you. Your personality has parts of you that are loving, for example, the parts that are grateful and appreciative and caring and patient. And every personality, including yours, has parts that are frightened, that come from fear. And the behaviors and the experience of these parts are anger, rage, resentment, judgment, feelings of inferiority and needing to please, or feelings of superiority and entitlement, and so on. Now, this is so for every personality. And the process of creating authentic power requires that you become aware of these different parts of your personality. these different aspects of yourself. There's only one way to really do this, and that is to become aware of your emotions. And we've talked about emotional awareness in terms of what your body tells you. And we talk about what your body tells you because your body will never lie to you. When a frightened part of your personality, which by the way is the same thing that we've also discussed as a lower frequency current of energy, is active in you, you'll feel pain in the vicinity of certain energy processing centers in your body. And I'm pointing to these locations because three of them are, first of all, your throat area, secondly, your chest area, and third, your solar plexus area, which is just below your sternum. In these areas, you will feel painful physical sensations when a low frequency current of energy is active in you, or when fear is active in you, or to be even more specific, when you're angry or you're jealous or you're resentful or you're enraged, and so on. Now, also, in those same vicinities, you will feel good feeling physical sensations, sometimes blissful physical sensations, when a high frequency current of energy or a loving part of your personality is active. And to be more specific, when you are feeling grateful, or you're appreciative, or you're content, or you're patient, or you're caring, or you're in awe at the beauty and power of the universe. Emotional awareness helps you to distinguish these parts of your personality. And once you can distinguish them, that distinction brings with it the need for conscious choice, because now you need to choose between one or the other. If you're not aware of a frightened part of your personality, for example, that's the part that will step into your life. That's the part that will make your choices for you. You become angry and you act in anger. You become jealous and you act in jealousy. That's how unconscious creation happens. It happens fast, it happens often, sometimes it happens continually, until you become aware of the different parts of your personality and you decide to choose to create with a loving part of your personality instead of with a frightened part. So we've talked about that before. Once you become aware of these different parts of your personality, then you're able to do something that you weren't able to do before, and that is make a choice, a conscious choice. A choice, for example, to act in anger, or while you are feeling the pain of that energy, to choose instead to act or speak with acceptance. That's creating authentic power. That's how it happens. That's the moment. And when you create authentic power, you challenge that part of your personality that is angry, that part that is frightened, the lower frequency current of energy in you. And the more you challenge it, eventually your challenges become effective. And here's what they do. That part of your personality begins to lose its control over you, and you begin to gain control over it. And eventually, its control over you disintegrates. And in this process, you become authentically empowered. Becoming authentically empowered is not an event. It is a process. Decision by decision, choice by choice, challenge by challenge. You apply your will to yourself, and through the force of your own will, you transform yourself for the better. That is the creation of authentic power. And until you create authentic power, you continue to act and create as you have in the past. You're not punished for this, and you're not rewarded for creating authentic power. But until you do become conscious in your life and apply your consciousness, until you develop emotional awareness and practice responsible choice, your life will continue to present to you the painful consequences that your unconscious creations have manifested. Now, how does all this relate to addictions? Because remember, I ask you not to turn off the video too quickly because you think that you don't have any addictions. An addiction is a frightened part of your personality, and everyone has them. Except that not all of the frightened parts of your personality are your addictions. But those parts of your personality that are the strongest, the most embedded, the most powerful, the most difficult to challenge are your addictions. These are the parts of your personality that are entirely in the control of external circumstances. So take a look at yourself carefully. Ask yourself if there are any parts of your personality that are out of control. For example, is it simply not possible for you to stop eating, say, chocolate chip ice cream? Is it difficult for you to pass by a sale or to use your credit card when you sell or even when you don't? Is it difficult for you to stop gambling? Is it difficult for you to stop looking at pornography? Is it difficult for you to stop thinking about sex or looking for it or having it when you can find a willing partner? Well, there's other things we could ask about, but you see what I'm talking about. Is it difficult for you to stop smoking? Is it difficult for you to stop drinking or using a drug? Is it difficult for you to not have that glass of wine at dinner? Do you say, oh, it doesn't hurt anything, it loosens me up, and it's only one glass or two? The parts of your personality that are strongly controlled are some of your most difficult to challenge, and the parts of your personality that are completely controlled by external circumstances are your addictions. I was a sex addict, and I was out of control. And I want to illustrate addictions and how they feel and how you can heal them with my experience. And my experience, by the way, of being a sex addict is the most universal in the human experience, because issues of power and issues of sexuality are so very closely tied. It's impossible to be in your power and in the control of the addictive sexual energy current. I was engaged when I first began to look at this addiction. This was long before I met Linda. And my fiance said, you have a problem. And she's talking about my attraction to women and my acting on that attraction. And I told her, well, it's not a problem. I'm just a loving person. And when I meet another loving person, a loving woman, we make love. That's the way the world is. And it's beautiful, isn't it? She said, no. There's an issue here. You have a problem. And if you want to be with me, you need to look at it. So I said, okay, if you feel that way about it, I'll look at it. But I don't think it's a problem. But I did look at it. And I started by saying, well, maybe there's a problem. And that progressed to, well, if there's a problem, it's a small problem. And that progressed to, there's a problem. And that progressed to, uh-oh, this is a bigger problem than I thought. And eventually that led me to this realization. I'm out of control. I can't stop. This is the first step in healing an addiction. You can't heal an addiction until you're aware that you have it. And when you're aware that you have an addiction, you are faced with the choice of leaving a part of your personality out of your control or changing your life. That's what happens when you find, encounter, and challenge the strongest, most frightened part or parts of your personality. In other words, healing an addiction is a spiritual accomplishment. It is one of the highest spiritual accomplishments. So if you can, focus on what part of your personality might be out of your control, or is out of your control, or is often out of your control, or you know you can't stop, then that is a cause to celebrate. And let me explain that. I'm not talking about celebrating that you have an addiction. Addictions are painful. They keep you from your love. They keep you separated from people. But the fact that you have discovered one in yourself is a cause for celebration, because that means you are in a position to begin to do something about it. And only you can do something about it. This is where your journey into your addiction and the power that it holds over you begins. This journey is laid out in the addiction chapter of the Seat of the Soul. And it's also, uh, there's a guide to it in the study guide to the addiction chapter in the Seat of the Soul. And this online extension of that study guide is also on addiction, because I wanted to speak with you personally about addiction. First of all, because everyone has frightened parts of their personalities, and everyone has a part or parts that are the strongest. And as you really begin to know yourself, you'll see that you have parts too that are very difficult to control or impossible for you to control. Now, here's the thing. They're not impossible, but they appear that way. The road to healing your addiction will take you directly to authentic power, because that's what's required. It'll take you through your fear, your pain, your self-defenses, and it'll take you beyond. It'll take you into new potential in your life. It will require courage, but it can be done. You were born to do it. Do not believe the part of you that says, I can't do this. If there is only a small part of you, even this much, 1 or 2% of you that reaches for health, that is the part that the universe backs. So there'll be ways that we can talk about addiction. Linda and I give events, sometimes public events. We have an ongoing program called the Life School, and that's where you can ask questions about addictions. But not only about addictions, about everything that we've discussed, about all the things that are most important to you. These are the things that are most important to me. Becoming authentically empowered so that I'm not controlled by low frequency currents of energy, by frightened parts of my personality, by my inadequacies. And your addictions are your greatest inadequacies. And until you have the courage to look at them, eyes open, realize that a part of you is out of your control, and the fear that that may bring up in you, it brought terror up in me, because I realized that only I can change this. The power is in my hands, and my hands alone. And I'm not going to get rewarded for changing it, and I'm not going to get punished or judged for not. The journey toward, through, and the healing of an addiction is also the journey toward, through, and the creation of authentic power. And everything that you've learned so far about creating authentic power, and everything that you will continue to learn as you apply the creation of authentic power to every situation in your life, every situation. And you'll see more and more until eventually your multisensory perception will show you that every encounter in your life offers you an opportunity to grow spiritually, to align yourself with your personality, which is in the control of things and circumstances and situations, which sees power as external, or to align yourself with your soul, with the energy of your soul, which is universal love, which strives to create authentic power and creates it, which creates harmony, cooperation, sharing, and reverence for life, which becomes an aware entity on the earth that is humble and clear and loving and forgiving. Your addictions prevent you from that. So do all of the frightened parts of your personality. and your addictions are the strongest of these. I support you completely in looking at your addictions and in challenging them. This doesn't mean that I won't love you if you don't look at them, if you look at them and you don't challenge them. And it doesn't mean that I'll love you more if you do all of this. But oh, what a joy it is to begin to move into wholeness and health and meaning and purpose in your life instead of seeing people as objects, using them, seeing yourself as something to loathe. Well, these are some thoughts to consider about addiction. And I'm sharing them to support you. And I'm sharing them to remind myself of what I sometimes need to do as well. Because everyone has frightened parts of their personalities. I have them. But I have set the intention to create authentic power, not to be controlled by them. And I live by that intention every day. And I'm very grateful to share it with you. I'm going to talk to you about an aspect of spiritual growth that most people might find surprising, and that's relationship. It's not possible to grow spiritually without relationships. Now, the reason this is surprising is that for millennia, we have been taught that to gain enlightenment or to become sainted or in some way to evolve to a high level of spiritual evolution requires solitude. That occurred because of the limited perceptions of a five-sensory humanity, a humanity that was limited to what it could see and taste and touch and hear and smell. And so in order to develop inner awareness, in order to align personality with soul, it became necessary to separate oneself from a multitude of five-sensory humans who were not interested in such things. And individuals who were interested in such things went to monasteries. And there in monasteries, they could begin to focus inward. But even there, even in monasteries and nunneries, the problem was interaction with other monks and with other nuns, because they pushed each other's buttons. After all, they were living in close quarters year after year. And so to examine the inner experiences that these close interactions created, those who were interested in spiritual development would then move out of the monastery or the nunnery and into a hermitage. And there they would be, or a cave if you were in Tibet. And there they would live day after day after day without contact with other humans. Food was brought and left at the door or the mouth of the cave. And then after a long period of time, sometimes even years, the hermit would emerge, hopefully carrying with him or with her all of the treasures and the richness that he or she had accumulated on this inner journey and this journey into divine intelligence. That's how it needed to be in the past. But that's exactly the opposite of what is now necessary. Now, it's not possible to grow spiritually without relationships. We are transiting from a species that is limited in its perception to the five senses to one whose perception extends beyond those five senses. We are becoming multisensory. We are beginning to see ourselves as souls as well as personalities. We are beginning to see our lives as meaningful and purposeful rather than random and chance. We are beginning to see the universe as alive and wise and compassionate rather than inert or dead or merciless or cruel. And it's not just 100 of us or 2,000 of us or even 1,000,000 of us. It's hundreds of millions of us now are becoming multisensory. And within a few human generations, perhaps only 3 human generations, the entire human species will be multisensory. The entire human species will be more aware than most of humanity is today. And most of humanity then, and a great deal of humanity now, are beginning to long for the values of the soul, harmony and cooperation and sharing and reverence for life. And they're doing that in a world of discord and hoarding and competition and exploitation. So not only do they have their inner work to do, they can support one another. Here is something that appears to be a contradiction in the creation of authentic power, but it's not at all. Number one, you are responsible for the work that you need to do. You are responsible for developing emotional awareness and practicing responsible choice. You are responsible for asking questions to intuition, to your guides and to your teachers. You are responsible for these things, and no one else can do them for you. Number two, as you begin to evolve spiritually, as you begin to evolve toward harmony and clarity and forgiveness and love, you are naturally drawn to others who are doing the same thing. And you are forming relationships with them. You're on the same energy wavelength. You don't have to talk to them about authentic power. You can feel when you're with someone who is interested in you. You can feel when you're with someone who is interested in becoming emotionally aware inside herself. Someone who wants to be responsible for his or her own life rather than complaining, gossiping, judging, blaming, being superior, being inferior. And the relationships that such people form are unlike any other relationship that has existed in the past. These are spiritual partnerships. Partnerships between equals for the purpose of spiritual growth. The partners in a spiritual partnership both recognize the existence of the soul, and they strive to contribute consciously to the evolution of their own souls, and they strive to support each other in doing that, or one another in doing that. In other words, spiritual partnerships are not only dyadic relationships. Two people can form a spiritual partnership, like my spiritual partner Linda Francis and I have done, and we've been together for 2 decades and more. But a spiritual partnership doesn't have to be confined to 2 people. A baseball team can be a spiritual partnership. A work team can be a spiritual partnership. A class at school can be a spiritual partnership. Anywhere there are individuals who sense in each other a desire to grow in awareness, to grow in responsibility, to become inwardly whole and secure, to live lives of joy instead of running from pain, then there is the potential for spiritual partnerships, and they are forming everywhere. And I'm sharing this video with you because I want you to be able to recognize when that happens in your life, when it happens to you, and when you are drawn to others whom you feel might be open to a deeper and more substantive relationship than you have now. Spiritual partnerships serve a different person. Spiritual partner, yes, they do serve different people, but they serve a different purpose than relationships have in the past. All of our relationships in the past have been functional relationships. For example, take the archetype of marriage. That is an archetype that originated with a 5th century humanity. It is an ancient archetype. It is designed to assist 2 individuals in order to survive and to become comfortable. Spiritual partnership is replacing the archetype of marriage. This doesn't mean that marriages will cease to exist. Some of them will continue to exist for a long time because the participants in a marriage relationship are accustomed to one another's fears. And they bicker a lot, they argue a lot. They're not in relationship. They're not really connected with each other. And others in a marriage are infusing their marriage with the energy of spiritual partnership. And their marriages are transforming, and they are participating in the evolution of the archetype of marriage. You can be in spiritual partnerships that are quite large. My dream is a spiritual partnership of 8 billion people. 8 billion multisensory, aware, emotionally aware humans who are striving to make responsible choices, choices that create consequences for which they are willing to assume responsibility, and who are in communication with their own non-physical guidance, who are co-creating with divine intelligence, but not in a dogmatic, righteous, do it this way sense of the word, or the world. This is what we are drawn to now. Spiritual partners support one another. Spiritual partnerships have their own dynamics. For example, spiritual partners say the things that they are most frightened will destroy their relationship. Now that is a very frightening thing for many people to consider. But if you see something about yourself, or you see something about a spiritual partner that you feel that they don't see, if you think you see it, and you feel that they don't see it, and you also think that they would benefit if they did see it, and you don't tell them about it, you build a wall between you and the other person. When you judge your partner or partners, you create distance between you and another person. When you exploit your fellow humans in order to get what you want, to make something, to gain something at their loss, to use them to satisfy your emotional or physical or psychological or sexual needs, you create distance and you create separation. Spiritual partners do not allow this to happen. They feel when they are judging others, and they feel when others are judging them. But if they're spiritual partnerships, they bring that to the attention of the other, and they offer the other an openness, an invitation to bring that to them. In other words, the invitation is this: if you think you see something about me that I don't see about myself, and that you think would benefit me if I did see it, will you please tell me? Now notice I said, if you think you see, because you may look at someone else and immediately dislike that person, or you may look at someone else and become angry at them because they're judgmental, or because they're angry. In other words, you may be projecting onto another person what is actually in you and you have not yet looked at in yourself. When something in you is so shameful or painful that you refuse to look at it, you become angry and emotionally upset when you see that very thing in someone else. That's called projection. And Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist at the end of the 1800s, was, to my knowledge, the first person to explore projection and to show that it is an actual and a real dynamic. So spiritual partners sort out their projections of others, especially their partners. And if they're not sure, then they say what they're sharing. Now, when they share, the intention with which they share is, as it always is, of primary importance. For example, I could say to someone, I think you're jealous, and I don't think your heart is open. Now, if I say that because I want to accuse that person, because I'm judging that person, or because I feel superior to that person, then I'm not helping that person create authentic power, and I'm not striving to create authentic power myself. I am pursuing external power. I am trying to change that person so I will feel better. And I'm using as a pretext, I'm your spiritual partner. But in that case, I'm not behaving as one. And in the same way, in other words, if my intention is to explore this dynamic that judges and criticizes in me, and to ask the assistance of another, a spiritual partner, then that's how spiritual partners work. Equality is a basis of spiritual partnership, but it doesn't mean that you will begin in equality. But eventually you will come to see your spiritual partners as souls, and you will value your interactions with them. You will begin to see that conversations with your spiritual partners help and indeed are central to your own spiritual growth. As you begin to care for another person enough to say no to the wants of your personality when appropriate in order to, and that's always appropriate, by the way. When you say no to the wants of a frightened part of your personality, you are challenging a frightened part of your personality. And when you do that, to support your spiritual partner in his or her spiritual growth, you yourself grow. That's how spiritual partnership works. It's a beautiful and a powerful dynamic. It has other ways of being and producing spiritual growth that are very different from the functional relationships of five sensory humans. And I invite you to explore spiritual partnership. Oh, here's a good way that you can do it. If you are in a study group studying the seat of the soul using the study guide in the back of the seat of the soul, or perhaps using this online extension of the study guide, know that your study group is already almost a spiritual partnership. It already has the interest of the people in it, the common interest in creating authentic power. Now it requires only the conscious awareness of the value of your study group members, or the people around you, or your neighbors, or the people in your workplace, or your classmates, or in your family, or your biological family. It requires only that to move into a true spiritual partnership, a partnership between equals for the purpose of spiritual growth, in which those participating know that they are together for a reason, and that reason has to do with their souls, and their souls are together as all souls are together to grow spiritually. I'm so delighted to share this with you, to share with you the importance of relationship in spiritual growth. You can't grow spiritually without it. Of course, it's good to meditate. Sometimes it's helpful to have to put yourself away from company and to be in silence. Silence can be a blessing. But sooner or later, you will come out of the silence and interact with people, and then will be the time to apply everything that you have learned, every insight that you have gained, every clarity that has come to you. To share it, to listen to what others have to share, to invite them to be your spiritual partners. By the way, if someone doesn't want to be a spiritual partner or is not interested in becoming emotionally aware or practicing responsible choice, or acknowledging that they have intuition or non-physical guidance, then a spiritual partnership is not possible. For those people, you can listen to them as though they were spiritual partners. You can appreciate them for what they are, souls in the earth school, assisting you in your spiritual growth. But when both of you or all of you have that same recognition, that is a spiritual partnership. I'm going to talk to you about an aspect of spiritual growth that most people might find surprising, and that's relationship. It's not possible to grow spiritually without relationships. Now, the reason this is surprising is that for millennia, we have been taught that to gain enlightenment or to become sainted or in some way to evolve to a high level of spiritual evolution requires solitude. That occurred because of the limited perceptions of a five-sensory humanity, a humanity that was limited to what it could see and taste and touch and hear and smell. And so in order to develop inner awareness. In order to align personality with soul, it became necessary to separate oneself from a multitude of five sensory humans who were not interested in such things. And individuals who were interested in such things went to monasteries. And there in monasteries, they could begin to focus inward. But even there, even in monasteries and nunneries, the problem was interaction with other monks and with other nuns, because they pushed each other's buttons. After all, they were living in close quarters year after year. And so to examine the inner experiences that these close interactions created, those who were interested in spiritual development would then move out of the monastery or the nunnery and into a hermitage. And there they would be, or a cave if you were in Tibet. And there they would live day after day after day without contact with other humans. Food was brought and left at the door or the mouth of the cave. And then after a long period of time, sometimes even years, the hermit would emerge, hopefully carrying with him or with her all of the treasures and the richness that he or she had accumulated on this inner journey and this journey into divine intelligence. That's how it needed to be in the past. But that's exactly the opposite of what is now necessary. Now, it's not possible to grow spiritually without relationships. We are transiting from a species that is limited in its perception to the five senses to one whose perception extends beyond those five senses. We are becoming multisensory. We are beginning to see ourselves as souls as well as personalities. We are beginning to see our lives as meaningful and purposeful rather than random and chance. We are beginning to see the universe as alive and wise and compassionate rather than inert or dead or merciless or cruel. And it's not just 100 of us or 2,000 of us or even 1,000,000 of us. It's hundreds of millions of us now are becoming multisensory. And within a few human generations, perhaps only 3 human generations, the entire human species will be multisensory. The entire human species will be more aware than most of humanity is today. And most of humanity then, and a great deal of humanity now, are beginning to long for the values of the soul, harmony and cooperation and sharing and reverence for life. And they're doing that in a world of discord and hoarding and competition and exploitation. So not only do they have their inner work to do, they can support one another. Here is something that appears to be a contradiction in the creation of authentic power, but it's not at all. Number one, you are responsible for the work that you need to do. You are responsible for developing emotional awareness and practicing responsible choice. You are responsible for asking questions to intuition, to your guides and to your teachers. You are responsible for these things, and no one else can do them for you. Number two, as you begin to evolve spiritually, as you begin to evolve toward harmony and clarity and forgiveness and love, you are naturally drawn to others who are doing the same thing. And you are forming relationships with them. You're on the same energy wavelength. You don't have to talk to them about authentic power. You can feel when you're with someone who is interested in you. You can feel when you're with someone who is interested in becoming emotionally aware inside herself. Someone who wants to be responsible for his or her own life rather than complaining, gossiping, judging, blaming, being superior or being inferior. And the relationships that such people form are unlike any other relationship that has existed in the past. These are spiritual partnerships, partnerships between equals for the purpose of spiritual growth. The partners in a spiritual partnership both recognize the existence of the soul, and they strive to contribute consciously to the evolution of their own souls, and they strive to support each other in doing that, or one another in doing that. In other words, spiritual partnerships are not only dyadic relationships. Two people can form a spiritual partnership, like my spiritual partner Linda Francis and I have done, and we've been together for 2 decades and more. But a spiritual partnership doesn't have to be confined to two people. A baseball team can be a spiritual partnership. A work team can be a spiritual partnership. A class at school can be a spiritual partnership. Anywhere there are individuals who sense in each other a desire to grow in awareness, to grow in responsibility, to become inwardly whole and secure, to live lives of joy instead of running from pain, then there is the potential for spiritual partnerships, and they are forming everywhere. And I'm sharing this video with you because I want you to be able to recognize when that happens in your life, when it happens to you, and when you are drawn to others whom you feel might be open to a deeper and more substantive relationship than you have now. Spiritual partnerships serve a different person. Spiritual partner, yes, they do serve different people, but they serve a different purpose than relationships have in the past. All of our relationships in the past have been functional relationships. For example, take the archetype of marriage. That is an archetype that originated with a 5th-century humanity. It is an ancient archetype. It is designed to assist two individuals in order to survive and to become comfortable. Spiritual partnership is replacing the archetype of marriage. This doesn't mean that marriages will cease to exist. Some of them will continue to exist for a long time because the participants in a marriage relationship are accustomed to one another's fears. And they bicker a lot, they argue a lot. They're not in relationship. They're not really connected with each other. And others in a marriage are infusing their marriage with the energy of spiritual partnership. And their marriages are transforming, and they are participating in the evolution of the archetype of marriage. You can be in spiritual partnerships that are quite large. My dream is a spiritual partnership of 8 billion people. 8 billion multisensory, aware, emotionally aware humans who are striving to make responsible choices that create consequences for which they are willing to assume responsibility, and who are in communication with their own non-physical guidance, who are co-creating with divine intelligence, but not in a dogmatic, righteous, do it this way sense of the word, or the world. This is what we are drawn to now. Spiritual partners support one another. Spiritual partnerships have their own dynamics. For example, spiritual partners say the things that they are most frightened will destroy their relationship. Now that is a very frightening thing for many people to consider. But if you see something about yourself, or you see something about a spiritual partner that you feel that they don't see, if you think you see it, and you feel that they don't see it, and you also think that they would benefit if they did see it, and you don't tell them about it, you build a wall between you and the other person. When you judge your partner or partners, you create distance between you and another person. When you exploit your fellow humans in order to get what you want, to make something, to gain something at their loss, to use them to satisfy your emotional or physical or psychological or sexual needs. You create distance and you create separation. Spiritual partners do not allow this to happen. They feel when they are judging others and they feel when others are judging them. But if they're spiritual partnerships, they bring that to the attention of the other and they offer the other an openness, an invitation to bring that to them. In other words, the invitation is this. If you see something, if you think you see something about me that I don't see about myself, and that you think would benefit me if I did see it, will you please tell me? Now, notice I said, if you think you see, because you may look at someone else and immediately dislike that person, or you may look at someone else and become angry at them because they're judgmental or because they're angry. In other words, you may be projecting onto another person what is actually in you and you have not yet looked at in yourself. When something in you is so shameful or painful that you refuse to look at it, you become angry and emotionally upset when you see that very thing in someone else. That's called projection. And Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist at the end of the 1800s, was, to my knowledge, the first person to explore projection and to show that it is an actual and a real dynamic. So spiritual partners sort out their projections of others, especially their partners. And if they're not sure, then they say what they're sharing. Now, when they share, the intention with which they share is, as it always is, of primary importance. For example, I could say to someone, I think you're jealous, and I don't think your heart is open. Now, if I say that because I want to accuse that person, because I'm judging that person, or because I feel superior to that person, then I'm not helping that person create authentic power, and I'm not striving to create authentic power myself. I am pursuing external power. I am trying to change that person so I will feel better. And I'm using as a pretext, I'm your spiritual partner. But in that case, I'm not behaving as one. And in the same way, in other words, if my intention is to explore this dynamic that judges and criticizes in me and to ask the assistance of another, a spiritual partner, then that's how spiritual partners work. Equality is a basis of spiritual partnership, but it doesn't mean that you will begin in equality. But eventually you will come to see your spiritual partners as souls, and you will value your interactions with them. You will begin to see that conversations with your spiritual partners help and indeed are central to your own spiritual growth. As you begin to care for another person enough to say no to the wants of your personality when appropriate in order to, and that's always appropriate, by the way. When you say no to the wants of a frightened part of your personality, you are challenging a frightened part of your personality. And when you do that, to support your spiritual partner in his or her spiritual growth, you yourself grow. That's how spiritual partnership works. It's a beautiful and a powerful dynamic. It has other ways of being and producing spiritual growth that are very different from the functional relationships of five sensory humans. And I invite you to explore spiritual partnership. Oh, here's a good way that you can do it. If you are in a study group studying the seat of the soul using the study guide in the back of the seat of the soul, or perhaps using this online extension of the study guide, know that your study group is already almost a spiritual partnership. It already has the interest of the people in it, the common interest in creating authentic power. Now it requires only the conscious awareness of the value of your study group members, or the people around you, or your neighbors, or the people in your workplace, or your classmates. or in your family or your biological family. It requires only that to move into a true spiritual partnership, a partnership between equals for the purpose of spiritual growth, in which those participating know that they are together for a reason, and that reason has to do with their souls, and their souls are together as all souls are together to grow spiritually. I'm so delighted to share this with you, to share with you the importance of relationship in spiritual growth. You can't grow spiritually without it. Of course, it's good to meditate. Sometimes it's helpful to have to put yourself away from company and to be in silence. Silence can be a blessing. But sooner or later, you will come out of the silence and interact with people, and then will be the time to apply everything that you have learned, every insight that you have gained, every clarity that has come to you. To share it, to listen to what others have to share, to invite them to be your spiritual partners. By the way, if someone doesn't want to be a spiritual partner or is not interested in becoming emotionally aware or practicing responsible choice, or acknowledging that they have intuition or non-physical guidance, then a spiritual partnership is not possible. For those people, you can listen to them as though they were spiritual partners. You can appreciate them for what they are, souls in the earth school, assisting you in your spiritual growth. But when both of you or all of you have that same recognition, that is a spiritual partnership. Authentic power requires aligning your personality with your soul. Multisensory perception makes it possible to begin to sense the existence of your soul. But what is a soul? A soul is the force of your being. It is also the source of everything that is noble and healthy about you. Everyone has a soul. The reason that we're talking about souls, and the reason for the seat of the soul, and an understanding of authentic power, which is now required for our evolution, our evolution as individuals and our evolution as a species, is the soul. The soul lies at the heart of it. The soul lies at the center of everything we are doing now. The soul always has, but now that we are becoming multisensory, we are beginning to become aware of the reality of the existence of the soul. Of course, in literature, the soul's been spoken about for centuries. But only now, as the perception of our species is expanding beyond the five senses, can we come to see the reality of the existence of the soul. And that now is our focus. The soul incarnates in order to have a journey through the earth school, in order to balance its karmic energy, in order to learn, in order to evolve. The soul affects everything behind every experience that we have, every interaction, every circumstance lies the energy of the soul. We have come as a five sensory species to develop a remarkably broad and deep understanding of the physical apparatus that the soul creates when it incarnates. But we know very little about the soul. We don't know how the soul affects all of the things we know about this physical apparatus. We understand it in terms of enzymes and proteins and neurotransmitters and muscles and bones. We know it in terms of, well, quite a few things, but we don't know how these things are affected by the soul or how they affect the soul. We don't know what makes the soul happy. We assume that the soul is a beautiful thing that floats above us, perhaps, or is located in our chest cavity, or is already perfect, but the soul is evolving. And as we become aware of the soul, it's now important for us to begin to ask questions such as, what can I do to assist the evolution of my soul? I am involved in the evolution of my soul in a very fundamental way, and my soul is certainly involved in the maturation of my personality, or not, in a very fundamental way. What does my soul need? What can I give to my soul? What is my soul giving to me? As you develop emotional awareness, you become aware of your soul. Don't think that soul awareness is some mystical thing far beyond your reach, or only in the experience of a selected few meditators or elevated people. It is not. It is not. Experience of the soul is emerging in hundreds of millions of individuals, but in everyday concrete experiences. And as we've spoken about before, your emotions are some of those experiences. Your emotions are the force field of your soul. You cannot connect with your soul if you are not aware of your emotions. Your emotions tell you what part of your personality is active, and what does that have to do with your soul? If it is a frightened part of your personality, which means a part of your personality that produces painful physical sensations in the vicinity of your energy processing centers, for example, your throat and your chest area and your solar plexus area, then you know that a lower frequency current of energy is active in you. That means that a part of your personality that you must heal yourself is in you and active. This is a part of your personality that expresses a part of your soul that your soul desires to heal. Your soul, by the way, does not feel physical pain. Your soul is not aware of physical sensations. It is your personality, your body, that has energy centers. But it is these energy centers that tell you what energy is present in you. And when that energy is the energy of fear, to experience, to challenge, and to heal. And as you do that, that is how you assist your soul in its evolution. Emotional awareness also tells you when high frequency currents of energy or loving parts of your personality are active within you. These are the experiences that you encounter when you feel grateful and appreciative. They feel the opposite of the experiences that you encounter when you feel angry and jealous and resentful. Those are the lower frequency, painful, destructive currents of energy, the energy that your soul desires to heal. And these loving aspects, the blissful experiences, the constructive energy when you act on it, these are parts of your personality that are already aligned with your soul. When you align yourself with them, you choose to align yourself with your soul. And when you choose to align yourself with your personality, with the painful parts of your personality, with the pursuit of external power, with involvement in and capture by external circumstances, you impede the soul in its evolution. You cannot stop the evolution of your soul, but you can weaken your soul with the choices that you make, just as you can strengthen it with the choices that you make. Do not confuse this with your soul's immortality. Your soul is immortal, and yet at the same time, it had a beginning, and yet, let me put it this way. Imagine that you are holding a cup, and you are standing by the ocean, The ocean is. And you dip that cup into the ocean. At the moment that you dip that cup into the ocean, you separated a small part of the ocean, you might say, from the ocean. You didn't really, because the ocean is still in the cup. But that cup became an individualized aspect of energy of the ocean. That is your soul. So your soul had a beginning, but your soul is one with all that is, and you are of your soul. You are also are all with one that is. Now we are becoming aware of the relationship of us, of our personalities with our souls, with us, with a capital U. And that relationship is all important, because nothing that does not serve that relationship can serve our evolution. Let me put it this way. Only those choices and those decisions that you make that serve the evolution of your soul, that serve the maturation of your personality, serve the evolution of humankind. It's all bound together now. Your soul is not apart from you. You are not powerless in relationship to your soul. Yes, it's true that your soul is unfathomably larger than you as a personality. And yet you as a personality contain all of the creativity and power of your soul, calibrated to a certain range of frequencies, to the domain of the five senses, to the earth school. And now we are co-creating, you might say, with our soul. Well, that's not quite the right way to put it. But the point is, what are you doing for the health of your soul? Have you asked yourself, what does my soul want from me? What harms my soul? What is healthy for my soul? Your soul cannot tolerate abundances of violence. Your soul cannot tolerate hatred. Your soul cannot tolerate being exploited. Your soul cannot tolerate being lied to. Consider these things. Your soul cannot tolerate it when you do these things. As you align yourself with your soul, you become buoyant and energized and radiant, and your life fills with meaning and purpose. But that is because you are aligning yourself with your soul. And as you align yourself with your soul, you nurture your soul. You assist it on its evolution. Now, it's quite something for the human species to begin to think in these terms, and for individuals to think, what can I do to assist the evolution of my soul? Well, I've already mentioned one of these things, that is, develop emotional awareness so that you can become aware of the emotional currents within you, the messages from your soul, or the experiences of your soul that tell you that which your soul wants you to experience and challenge and heal. Those are the frightened parts of your personality, and that which your soul wants you to cultivate and strengthen. And those are the loving parts of your personality. And the next thing you can do to assist your soul in its evolution is to begin to practice responsible choice, making choices that will create consequences for which you are willing to assume responsibility, and choosing at the same time to remain conscious. What does that mean? It means that as you choose the consequences that you will create, you also choose to remain conscious, not to lapse into unconsciousness, into fear, but to make those choices that you make from a loving part of your personality. That's how you can assist the soul in its evolution. Another way that you can assist the soul in its evolution is to consult your intuition. Ask questions. Don't just use your intellect. Your intellect can't even grasp the existence of the soul, and yet you can experience it. You can experience it as you experience meaning and purpose and joy and gratitude in your life, not just happiness and not just despair. These are experiences of the personality. Your soul exists outside of time. Your soul does not experience duality. Duality is that which is experienced in the realm of time and space. But we as personalities exist in this realm. And it's in this realm that we make our choices. And as we make our choices consciously and wisely, we align our personalities with our souls. We choose the intentions of the soul: harmony, cooperation, sharing, and reverence for life. Each time you make one of those choices, you assist the soul in its evolution. Each time you set the intention to transform yourself, your personality, into a being that is humble and clear and forgiving and loving, you assist the soul on its evolution. And you also evolve yourself. You evolve into an awareness of your fears, a conscious awareness of them, and you evolve into an ability to step back from them and make a choice about whether you will act on them or not. And then you evolve beyond the control of your fears. That is the path you are on, and that is the path you take as you create authentic power. When you do not choose this path is the vertical path, and it's opposed to the horizontal path. The horizontal path is a path in which external circumstances change, but you don't change. That is the path of choosing to align yourself with your personality. You get a new partner if you don't like the old one. You conceive a new child if one dies. You build a new business if one fails. You find new friends if you lose others. Things around you change. You change cities, jobs, partners, but you don't change. And so you continue to create the same consequences in your life, painful consequences again and again, and you do not assist your soul in its evolution. You maintain or increase the distance from your soul that already exists, the distance that exists when you exploit another, the distance that exists when you are angry or judge another. And meaning drains from your life and purpose drains from your life, and you do not assist the soul on its evolution. You are the instrument of your soul. It doesn't matter how fine-tuned a musical instrument is. For example, a piano. If the musician is not playing it with radiance and buoyancy. In other words, no matter how fine the instrument, if the musician is playing the blues or despair or depression or hatred, the instrument plays those things too. And if those things are played on the instrument long enough, the instrument will be damaged, it will break. Repairs can be made to the instrument, but repairs at that level cannot cure what caused the breakdown, the malfunction. Now that we are multisensory, we are talking directly about the health of the soul, the existence of the soul, and what it means in our lives, how it affects our everyday experiences, how we can use those experiences to determine for ourselves how we can assist our soul in its evolution. And as spiritual partners, as we do that, we assist our spiritual partners in doing the same. We've been calling it creating authentic power. We've been calling it creating a life of meaning and joy and purpose and fulfillment. We've been talking about it as creating harmony and cooperation and sharing and reverence for life. We've been talking about it as creating a personality that is humble, clear, forgiving, and loving. And all of these things are the same. We are talking about you contributing consciously to the evolution of your soul. Everything in the Earth School serves the health of the soul. You and the Earth School all serve that purpose. Isn't that something? I'm going to talk to you about spiritual psychology. Now, this is an interesting thing to talk about because at the moment, there isn't such a thing. Psychology means the study of the soul, but it's never been that. Psychology is a discipline that was created by a five-sensory humanity, and it is the study of affect, which means emotions, and perception, which means the five senses, and how we use them, and cognition, which means how we think, how we use our intellect. But neither affect, cognition, nor perception are big enough, or comprehensive enough, or accurate enough to include the soul. And as we become multisensory, we are becoming aware that we are more than what our five senses can reveal to us, that we are more than minds and bodies, that we are souls as well. And as we become aware of this, we become aware of other things. We become aware of the world in different ways than we have ever been aware of it before, as meaningful and purposeful, not as random. We become aware of the universe as living, wise, and compassionate rather than inert, which means dead and brutal or merciless, or whatever else we have projected onto it. We become aware of divine intelligence as integral to who we are and as a part of our lives that give us meaning and purpose if we follow it. We become aware of a new kind of power, authentic, the alignment of our personality with our soul. Is very different from the old kind of power, which means the ability to manipulate and to control. And all of this as a result of the emergence of our awareness of the soul. And yet, there is no study of the soul. In the realm of the five senses, there's not even a recognition of its existence except as a religious or theoretical term. And both of those are speculative. They're both intellectual constructs, but we are becoming aware of ourselves as souls. We don't need an intellectual construct. We're beginning to see and feel differently. Old values are falling away. Old ways of doing things no longer work. And at the same time, we find ourselves hungering, thirsting for new values. And these are the values of the soul, which I've discussed many times in these videos: harmony and cooperation and sharing and reverence for life, and in which you have felt this hunger in your life, or you would not be watching this video. Therefore, now the time has come to discuss what a disciplined and systematic study of the soul and what is healthy for the soul would look like, what it would be. The first step in this is to recognize that you have a soul, or to consider the possibility that you have a soul. And if you have a soul, if there is a purposeful, wise, powerful essence in you, that is the soul, then what does your soul want? What's the relationship between my soul and my everyday experiences? If the soul is wise and powerful, does that mean that it doesn't evolve? Does that mean that it's already perfect? Does that mean that it's healthy and always healthy? As we become aware of the soul, we become aware of it in a very different way. We become aware of it as healthy and sometimes not healthy. And how do we know this? We look at its physically reduced counterpart called the personality. The personality has jealousies, resentments, angers, fears, judgments, and these distortions of the personality are the aspects of the soul that the personality takes on in order to cleanse, in order to show them so that others can help it heal. This is the purpose This is the foundation of a spiritual psychology. I'll use that term, even though psychology means study of the soul, and from a 5th-century perspective, it does not. To clarify that, we'll say spiritual psychology, even though that's redundant. Without an awareness of your soul, you cannot heal. Nothing that psychology strives to heal can be healed without an awareness of the soul, because the energy of the soul lies behind every experience that you have. The healing power of psychology is consciousness. Discovering, bringing into the light of consciousness and healing that which existed unconsciously, which means had power over the personality, is that which heals. Yet when that which heals is not even recognized to exist, such as experiences in other lifetimes, at other times, and in other places, is not recognized to exist, when that's not recognized to exist, then that which needs to be healed cannot be healed in this way. So without an awareness of experiences from other lives, you cannot appreciate what is occurring in your life and the purposes that it serves. Some of these experiences are painful, and some of them are extremely painful. Yet, as you create authentic power, it is necessary to experience them consciously, not to run from them, not to hide from them, not to take flight into addictions and obsessions, not to take flight into anger and resentment and jealousy and judging others, but to look at these painful experiences with your eyes open, at the experiences of lower frequency currents of energy, as well as higher frequency currents of energy, which are blissful. Spiritual psychology will show us how to do that in a systematic way. It will apply these requirements of creating authentic power in a way that is comprehensive and yet can be utilized in everyday experience. For example, if your experience was one of betrayal, you do not know, without knowledge of other lifetimes, whether the role of you and the person who has betrayed you are being reversed, whether your souls are, with great compassion and wisdom, allowing one another to balance the energy of the soul. In other words, when you recognize that all of your experiences are necessities from the perspective of balancing the energies of your souls, then you can allow yourself to experience them, but not react to them personally. And that's painful. But there's a difference between pain and suffering. Pain is merely pain, but suffering is the experience of pain for a worthy cause. What is more worthy than the evolution of your soul? When you experience the pain of being betrayed, or the pain that comes to you when you are humiliated or brutalized, or even spoken to rudely, when you recognize that that pain is required for the energy balancing of your soul, and as you respond to that pain with a responsible choice to speak and act from a loving part of your personality, you heal your soul. You contribute to the evolution of your soul. Is that not worthy of your having the courage to experience the pain of being betrayed, to experience the world not being the way the frightened parts of your personality want it to be? For those are the very parts of your personality that your soul gave to your personality in this incarnation in order to experience and heal. That is required for the healing of your soul, for your soul to move in to this incarnation, to your personality, freely and fluidly, with its unfathomable love and compassion. Therefore, spiritual psychology will incorporate several elements. Number one is reincarnation and karma. It's not necessary to have a knowledge of the myriad of lifetimes of your soul, but without a knowledge of those lifetimes that directly bear upon your lifetime, you can't see the depth of what is coming into your life. You can't see the purposes that it serves. Multisensory perception eventually will lead you into the ability to look at experiences in other lifetimes, but it's not as mysterious as it sounds. It's actually quite healthy and quite normal. And you can begin by looking at your life now and seeing if there are any characteristics or experiences in it for which you cannot find an explanation in your lifetime, such as, are you frightened of small places? Are you frightened of high places? Are you uncomfortable with something tight around your neck? Perhaps these are experiences that originated in another lifetime. Perhaps in another lifetime, one of the personalities of your soul was a nun. And this nun learned to communicate with an angel. Oh, what an extraordinary spiritual accomplishment. Your non-physical teachers will come to you on those same currents of energy. Perhaps you were a Roman centurion. That energy did not die long ago. That energy can step into your body at any moment and want to examine a modern weapon out of curiosity. We are beginning to become soul-centric rather than personality-centric. And to understand the soul requires an understanding of incarnation, reincarnation, and the soul. It also requires a study and an exploration of intuition. For your intuition is the voice of the non-physical world. It is your intuition that will begin to guide you in the direction that your soul wants you to go. It is your intuition that will begin to show you the meaning of the experiences of your life, and especially the difficult experiences of your life. No, not especially. It will show you the meaning of the wonderful, joyful experiences of your life as well. But if you're not paying attention to your intuition, if you feel or are convinced that there is no higher guidance in your life, then that higher guidance must take an indirect route through the density of ignorance, through the density of physical events. In other words, it cannot reach you directly, and so it will come to you as your experience of unpleasant encounters. In other words, the first opening, the first awareness of higher guidance comes to a five-sensory personality in the form of crisis, the loss of a partner, the death of a child, the collapse of a business, the failure of external power, the experience of powerlessness in relationship to the structure of the earth school. That to a five-sensory personality is a crisis. But you need not wait for that crisis. You can begin to experiment with your intuition now. You can begin to develop emotional awareness, and you can begin to practice responsible choice. Spirituality will be at the core, will be a fundamental part of spiritual psychology. Your spirituality applies to your soul. It applies to that part of you that is immortal. It refers to your whole soul's evolutionary process. For example, as a personality, you may ask questions to your intuition and receive answers, and you will as you learn how to do this. But your personality and your intuition are both local, so to speak, to you, to your incarnation, your personality and your intuitional system. Your spirituality pertains to your soul, to that part of you that existed before you were born and that will continue to exist after you die. Spiritual psychology will study and illuminate the functional relationships between reincarnation, karma, intuition, and spirituality. That's quite an arena. That's the arena into which you have entered. And as we explore this arena, the arena of spiritual growth, the arena of creating authentic power, the arena of distinguishing fear from love within us and choosing love, and seeing that that serves the health of your soul, of our soul, then we start to move fully toward the creation of authentic power with vitality and robustness, because we can see what is happening to us against a backdrop of spiritual development. It's no longer just happening. It's no longer good luck, bad luck, opportune, inopportune. The way our parents happen to meet by chance, the way their chromosomes and genes happen to come together to create our neonatal characteristics. No, it is all meaningful and purposeful. And multisensory perception allows us to see that. It allows us to see the immense difference between choosing to learn wisdom through love and choosing to learn it through fear and doubt. Spiritual psychology will always support the choice of learning wisdom through love and trust. Spiritual psychology will explore the relationship between the personality and the soul. Spiritual psychology will make explicit the interactions of personalities from the impersonal perspective of the energy dynamics they set into motion, such as the law of attraction, such as the law of cause and effect. And it will study how to use those dynamics in order to heal. This is the great discipline that is now pregnant, that is now longing to come into being, that is coming full term. Well, where can you study it? I went to one of the finest colleges in the world, but they didn't have spiritual psychology. It didn't have spiritual psychology in its course catalog. I went to a high school that was of lesser quality, but there was no course available in spiritual psychology. Google it, see if you can find any place to get a degree in spiritual psychology or even to get a course in spiritual psychology. And please let me know when you find it, because eventually that will begin to happen and you are bringing it into being. You are the researcher. You are looking into the dynamic of your soul. You are looking into the impersonal energy dynamics of the universe that are becoming visible to us and meaningful to us experientially as multisensory humans. And as you begin to connect the dots, as you begin to see for yourself the relationship between your intentions and your experiences, as you begin to see the relationship between your choices and your fulfillment or your meaninglessness, experiences of fulfillment and experiences of meaninglessness, as you begin to explore with courage the experiences of powerlessness in your life and challenge them and see what that creates, you become the one who can contribute, and if you choose, will contribute to the systematic and disciplined study of what is healthy for the soul. And that is spiritual psychology. But you can't do that simply by writing a paper, publishing a paper, doing a dissertation. Yes, all of that will come. But it will not be anchored in the intellect. For spiritual psychology requires the experience of creating authentic power, the experience of seeing all of your world anew, and the experience of choosing anew how you will learn wisdom through love instead of through fear. That's what this moment, the emergence of multisensory perception, is about. The negativity that exists in our world today did not come into being because of the limitations of five sensory perception. It came into being because of choices that we as a species made in the evolution of our five sensory history over millennia. This moment in time offers us the opportunity to choose anew. In fact, it requires that we choose anew. Because choosing the old way of power creates only violence and destruction. But it does not impose that upon us. It shows us the compassion and wisdom of the universe as it presents itself daily in the Earth School, moment by moment in the Earth School, offering us opportunities to choose love instead of fear, to recognize that each choice of love serves the health of our soul, and each choice of our personality inhibits the health or diminishes the health of the soul, not to be confused with its immortality. This is the grand new discipline that is emerging. It is a counterpart to the physics of the soul. We'll explore that perhaps sometime later. But first, the psychology of the soul, the study of the soul. And we are the ones to do it. We are the ones to share. We are the ones to co-create. We are the ones to become spiritual partners in this grand endeavor. And in this grand endeavor, move it forward through our creation of authentic power, through our choices, through our intentions, through our experiences shared, and through helping one another as spiritual partners. Going to talk to you about a particularly interesting topic, illusion. Now, illusion means that something appears real, but it's not really real. There is an illusion at work in your life every time you react with fear. The illusion that your fear creates around you and in you brings your attention to exactly what it is that you need to heal in yourself. It is a remarkable phenomenon. Now, most people, when they think of illusion, they think of something ephemeral. Illusory is a word that means you don't need to pay attention to it. But that doesn't mean that you don't need to pay attention to your life. Some people might ask the question, well, if I'm living in an illusion, then why don't I just walk in front of a truck? Why bother with traffic rules? Well, you don't walk in front of a truck because you'll cripple yourself if you do, or you will leave the Earth School when your body is hit by the truck. These are the things that you can't ignore. The Earth School is the densest level of light with a capital L, but it must be honored. It must be honored. The Earth School provides you moment by moment with the optimal circumstances for your spiritual growth. And it doesn't matter how many people you're involved with in the moment, it offers each of those people the optimal circumstances for their spiritual growth. And in the case of each of you, given the wisdom of the choices that you have made. The illusion is created and sustained by the frightened parts of your personality, by fear. It also utilizes the impersonal energy dynamics that we've discussed. Now, the one that we've discussed a lot is the universal law of cause and effect, or karma. That means that when you create an experience in someone else, you yourself will experience that in you. If you are angry to someone else will bring the experience of someone else being angry at you. If you betray someone else, you will be betrayed by someone else. And this is because whenever you act, you create consequences, and you yourself will experience those consequences. Now, we've spoken about that before. In the West, that's called the Golden Rule. There's another dynamic, impersonal, as the universal law of cause and effect, and that is the law of attraction. And the law of attraction means that you attract to you like energy. If you are a loving person, you will attract to yourself loving people. If you are an angry person, you will attract to yourself angry people. If you are a greedy person, you will attract to you greedy people. And if you are a generous person, you will attract generous people to you. In other words, the law of attraction creates a cocoon, so to speak, around each individual that shows what they are creating, not only within themselves, but also outside of themselves. Take anger again, for example. If you are an angry person, you will find painful physical sensations in your body in the vicinity of certain energy centers, such as your throat, your chest, and your solar plexus. And these painful physical sensations and your angry thoughts will show you that this lower frequency current of energy, this frightened part of your personality, this anger is active within you. And this is a good thing to know about, because if you know that you're in a frightened part of your personality, you know that if you act on that part of your personality, you'll create negative consequences. And when you create those negative consequences and they return to you, if you react again with anger, you'll again create negative consequences, and so on. This is how the illusion works. When you are angry, you create the consequences of anger. And at the same time, you attract to you angry people, so that you can see inside of yourself and outside of yourself what it is that you need to heal to move into your full potential. And in this case, it's anger. The world is not an angry place. But if you're angry, it is. You see it everywhere. If you're a loving person, you see love everywhere, and you see what you need to cultivate and to strengthen in order to continue to contribute love to the world, to the experiences of others, and to your own experience. When you are in an interaction with another, and it is an angry interaction, you're having a fight, for example, you may think that the person you're having this disagreement with is not your friend. That is the illusion. You and this other soul would not be together at all if you were not friends. You are having an interaction that is offering you both the opportunity to look at what each of you need to heal within yourselves in order to grow spiritually. You are having an interaction that allows each of you, or all of you, to experience what is necessary for the balancing of the energy of your respective souls. The illusion is that you are with an enemy. The illusion is that this is a world of anger. But this illusion is what makes the Earth School work. It's your curriculum in the Earth School. If you need to please people and you feel inferior, acting on that energy will create consequences. You'll bring people to you that want to please you, not because they love you, not because they want to give to you, but because they will feel better if they are able in some way to make you smile or to think that you have been pleased. and you will attract other people who are doing the same. So your entire world will be an attempt to please others, to smile at others, to distort your life so that you can gain a sense of value from other people appreciating you. That's not a very nice world to live in, but that's the world that you will live in if you are acting on frightened parts of your personality that need to please, that feel inferior. If you're not aware of what you're feeling, if you're not aware of the different parts of your personality and you become angry, you'll act on that anger and you'll set these impersonal energy dynamics into motion. The universal law of cause and effect, the universal law of attraction. You will encounter the consequences of that anger, and you will continue to do that until you change your choices. When you become aware of yourself as a splintered personality, when you become aware of different parts of your personality, for example, when you become angry, you become aware that there are other parts of your personality that would prefer to respond with patience and understanding rather than anger. And when that happens, when you become aware of these conflicting aspects of your personality, then you are able to take advantage of the dynamic of temptation. Temptation shows you what a frightened part of your personality is planning to do. It draws from you a negativity that would create painful consequences or negative consequences if it were acted upon. Once you become aware of the frightened part of your personality that wants to behave with anger, that wants to betray someone, that wants to cheat, that wants to exploit, and you're also aware of the other parts of your personality that do not want to do that. Those, by the way, are the loving parts of your personality. Then you can experience that negative part of your personality, see exactly what it wants to do, feel what it wants to do, and cleanse yourself of that negativity without that energy spilling over into the energy spheres of others and creating karma for you. Temptation allows you to evolve spiritually without creating negative karma. You might put it this way. Temptation is a dress rehearsal for a negative karmic event. Look at the dress rehearsal. Watch it carefully, and then decide if you want to act on it or not. Temptation is a gracious gift from the universe that allows you to find and heal with responsible choice negativity within yourself, all within your own personal sphere of energy where karma is not created. It is an exquisite dynamic. If you choose to act in anger, if you choose to follow the wants of your personality, then again you become caught or captured or imprisoned in the matterness of the world, in external situations and circumstances and what people do and what people say and what you want and what you get that you want and what you don't get that you wanted to get. And you are caught in the illusion. The illusion has no effect upon you when you are experiencing the energy of compassion. It has no effect upon you when you are loving. It has no effect upon you when you are patient. It has no effect upon you when you care for others. Then you can see the illusion. You can experience it within yourself. You can see it outside of yourself, but you are not caught by it. An authentically powerful individual is not imprisoned by the illusion. That is real power. Spiritual psychology will teach you how to recognize and avoid the illusion. And you recognize it and you avoid it by creating authentic power, by becoming emotionally aware. And when you are aware of a frightened part of your personality, and you know that what you are feeling, whether it is rage or frustration or a sexual need that feels irresistible, or a craving for another drink, that experience does not come from the unchangeable ground of who you are. It comes from a part, one part of your personality, one part of many parts, some frightened, some loving. And you can choose, excuse me, not to act on the frightened part and instead to act on the loving part. In that moment, you are creating authentic power. In that moment, you have recognized the illusion and stepped away from it. In that moment, you have chosen to align your personality with your soul. In that moment, you have chosen love over fear, joy over pain, meaning and fulfillment over emptiness. All of your experiences of emotional pain and distress, your resentments, your jealousies, your fear, these are all illusions. They are illusions because they do not actually exist. That is why following them cannot bring you power. They are illusions because once you leave the earth school, you will leave them behind. They are experiences of your personality, not experiences of your soul, and they do not exist in non-physical reality. They are illusions because love is all there is. Love is all that exists. If you see anything else, be aware you are in the illusion. It's wonderful to recognize the illusion. Very painful sometimes to feel jealousy, to feel betrayed. But as you recognize that each of these experiences are karmic necessities, each of these experiences are coming into your life to bring to you awareness of what needs to be healed in you. Each of these experiences are dynamics that were set into motion, sometimes before you were born, sometimes centuries ago. And when you realize that, then it's possible for you, it's easier for you not to react to them personally. And when you do, you are stepping away from the illusion. You are stepping toward what is real. You are stepping toward the soothing, healing, energizing, creative, inclusive, nurturing energy of your soul. That is what the illusion allows you to see and to do. And I'm going to talk to you about power. I've been talking to you about power in every one of the videos that I've ever created for you. I've been talking about power in every one of the books that I've written or that I've co-written with my spiritual partner, Linda Francis. And I will be talking about power every time we have a chance to interact. Because power now means something very different than it did a short while ago. And never again, never again, never again is it going to mean what it did a short while ago. Excuse me. What it meant in the past is manipulation and control. And developing power, pursuing power meant pursuing the ability to manipulate and to control. That's now bad news. And that's not just my personal opinion. You can see it for yourself. That power and the pursuit of that old type of power is now counterproductive to our evolution. That's a way of saying we might not survive, we might not evolve, we won't evolve if we continue to pursue power as the ability to manipulate and to control. A transformation in human consciousness is affecting everything that we do and everything that we experience. It's a game changer. And I mean a big game changer, because there's never been another game changer like it since the origin of humanity. Now we are able to see the world in different ways. We are expanding beyond the limitations of the five senses. We're seeing the non-physical dimension of human experience and human nature. We're beginning to see ourselves as more than minds and bodies, as souls, immortal souls. We're beginning to see our world as alive and meaningful and purposeful. We're beginning to see the universe as compassionate and wise. And this new perception, this game changer, this transformation in human consciousness has brought with it a startlingly new understanding of power. This is the power of forgiveness. This is the power of patience. This is the power of humbleness. This is the power of clarity. This is the power of caring. This is the power of love. Well, in the past, people have always talked about the power of love, and some of my personal heroes have acted on it and shaped their lives around it, such as Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. You know, I once saw an interview of Martin Luther King Jr. in a jail cell, and the interviewer was trying to get him to say something negative about white people. One leading question after another. Martin wouldn't do it. And he didn't seem frustrated with the interviewer. It simply wasn't in him. He detested racism. He detested the policies of the South. I'll say detested. That may have been even a strong word, but I know that his life was dedicated to changing them. But he would not hate a white person, even those who treated him so brutally and so cruelly. The same with Mohandas Gandhi in India, also a man of color. Also a man who experienced the brutality of fear expressed as racism. Now we see why these people, among others, have changed the course of history, and they certainly changed the course of my history because they implanted in me the understanding. They replaced in me my previous understanding of power. I used to think that the most powerful thing in the world was a bullet. Oh, I was so wrong. One man put to death brutally by Roman soldiers 2,000 years ago is still remembered. And in many cases, what he taught is still practiced. What he taught was love. Now, all of us are coming to see that it is our responsibility to create this new power, the power that comes with our new expanded consciousness, the power of the soul. Power is the alignment of your personality with your soul. Right away, that means some things that we couldn't have understood a decade or two ago. That there's a difference between you and your soul, that you have a personality, and that personality is something that you can use. What have you used it for in the past? Well, I can tell you, you've used it for the pursuit of external power. You've used it to stay alive. You've used it to become more comfortable. You've used it to feed yourself and your children. Now you can do all of those things and embody a new power. Not a new power from the point of view of the universe, but a new power from the point of view of the collective of humanity. Power is energy shaped by the intentions of the soul. Power is light shaped with compassion and wisdom. Power is shaping energy to bring into the earth school the task that the soul desires to bring into the earth school, the gifts that it desires to give, and the development of a personality that is appropriate to those tasks. Power is joy. That doesn't mean happiness at getting what you wanted. When Hitler was successful invading some of his neighboring countries, in one of them in particular, he did a dance. He was so, you might say, overjoyed. It was not overjoyed. This was the experience of a man consumed by fear, consumed by inadequacy, so huge that it needed to conquer and conquer and conquer to feel a sense of value. That was happiness. That's not the same as joy. Happiness is what happens when you can rearrange the world the way a frightened part of your personality thinks it needs to be. It is dependent on what happens outside of you. There is no power in the pursuit of external power. There is no power in attempting to dominate others so that you'll feel better yourself. That is the opposite of power. That is powerlessness. How can you experience power? And how can you experience powerlessness? You can start by beginning to experience when power leaves you. That's emotional awareness. That's what we've also been discussing in these videos. When you look at power as the ability to manipulate and control the world, as you look at it as external, and you fear that you don't have enough to protect yourself, to feed your family, to pay your rent, that you don't have enough to attract to you the things that are important to you, then you feel a loss of energy, a loss of power. In this case, in your third energy center, your third chakra, that's just below your sternum, right here. And it's painful. When you're very concerned about this, when you feel definitely you don't have enough power to protect yourself, then you feel anxiety or panic. A panic attack is a massive loss of power through that energy center. You are hemorrhaging energy through that energy center. Every physical dysfunction, every discomfort, and every illness can be understood in terms of a loss of power to external circumstances and objects and people. Real power, genuine power, authentic power now is required for our evolution. It's required for our joy. It's required for our fulfillment. It's not demanded. You don't have to create it. You can continue to create as you have been. You can continue to be angry or jealous or resentful and create distance between you and other people by pursuing it. And you won't be judged by the universe. You won't change. You'll continue to create the painful consequences of acting on fear. But if you choose, you can begin to reshape your life now. And whether you've already begun to reshape your life, you can still begin to reshape your life now, because creating authentic power always happens now. It's not an event, you've accomplished it, and you're done with it, and you put a certificate on the wall. No, it doesn't happen like that. It happens now. It always happens now. When you feel angry, when you feel a power loss, when you feel pain in your power, in your energy processing centers. And instead of acting on that pain and shouting or withdrawing or competing or judging or disdaining, instead you challenge it. You feel it fully. You never suppress an emotion or deny it or try to repress it. Feel it. Feel the power of it. Feel how painful it is. And in that moment, if it's fear, it'll be painful. In that moment, choose another path. Choose to act from the healthiest part of your personality that you can. In other words, creating authentic power is learning to distinguish within yourself the difference between fear and love, and choosing love. No matter what is happening inside of you, such as rage, resentment, anger, despair, depression, suicidal thoughts, craving for sex, and choosing love no matter what is going on outside of you. Brutality, betrayal, disappointment, rudeness, another 9/11 event. People around the world have experienced their own 9/11 events, and some of them continue to experience them frequently. Even if that is going on outside of you, choose love. Your ability to do that is your ability to create authentic power, and your doing that is your creation of authentic power. And as you do that again and again and again, you develop the ability to put distance between yourself and your fears so that they no longer impose themselves on you. And eventually, you free yourself of their control. Authentic power is joy. Authentic power is gratitude, patience, caring. Authentic power feels good. It feels very good. It feels so good that your life comes alive, that you come alive with meaning and purpose and fulfillment. You are buoyant and radiant and joyful. In other words, an authentically powerful personality is one that releases energy only in love and trust. And a powerless individual is one that releases energy unconsciously and therefore hurts. When you see one person doing violence to another, you can be assured that the one who is doing violence is hurting and is in deep pain, because a healthy personality is incapable of violence. So put in a larger context, our evolution as a species now requires that we become joyful. How's that for an assignment from the universe? But here's the thing. You can't become joyful simply by saying to yourself, I will become joyful. Yes, I will become joyful. Yes, more and more joyful. Yes, every day. It won't help you. You can't say, I will become loving. I am going to become loving. I will become loving. I am becoming. That thought puts you in the right direction. But in order to be joyful, in order to be loving, you need to find in yourself those parts of your personality that are in opposition to the energy of your soul, in opposition to love, in opposition to joy. And those are the parts of your personality that originate in fear. And in everyday terms, that means the parts that are resentful, superior, inferior, can't stop smoking, drinking, looking for sex, eating, working, perfectionism, finding them all, experiencing them all somatically in terms of your body, in terms of physical sensations in your body. And in that moment of experiencing them, challenge them by not acting on them, by acting instead from a loving part of your personality. And you can do the same thing by becoming aware of the loving parts of your personality and what they feel like. They feel wonderful in the same energy centers. And their thoughts, instead of criticism and judgment, their thoughts are always of appreciation and gratitude and contentment and awe. And cultivating those, feeling those experiences fully, somatically, as physical sensations, not just passing them over as a temporary good feeling. Note them, benchmark them. Say to yourself, this is important. I'm going to come back to this place when I need to, and I'll need to when another part of my personality is feeling jealous or angry or resentful. And when you're in the loving parts of your personality, higher frequency currents of energy, cultivate them, act on them consciously. To evolve now requires a conscious life, so that you can become aware of all of the parts of your personality, those that your soul gave to your personality in order to heal. And those are the parts that are painful for you to experience, those that your soul gave to you, so that as you act on them, you show them to others and you can be helped. Spiritual psychology utilizes this dynamic, will utilize it. When you're angry and you shout or you react, you are showing others the part of your soul, a part of your soul that your soul has incarnated to heal. When you can't stop exploiting others sexually, financially, emotionally, you are showing others. It is, in other words, the distorted aspects of your personality are those parts of your soul that your personality has taken on in order to cleanse, in order to heal. And in healing them, you assist your soul in its evolution. And at the same time, you assist the collective of humanity in its evolution. The type of power that you're striving to change in yourself, to replace in yourself, is the same power that needs to be placed, that needs to be replaced upon our planet. And as you change it in you, you change it on our planet. And that is our evolutionary path. And that is the central role that you play in it. That is the creation of authentic power. And the living of authentic power is a pure joy. Can you reach such a state? Yes. Can you become authentically powerful, even though you still feel experiences of anger or jealousy or resentment? Yes, you can. Have you ever thought that someone that you admire and you think is beyond the pains that you feel? It may be a Zen master, it may be a grandfather who's kind, it could be a young person who's kind, and thought maybe they feel everything that I feel and even more acutely, but they have more ability to choose responsibly, to feel it and not act on it, to give me their love no matter what they're feeling. Wow. That's worth striving for. That's the only thing worth striving for. And the reason I say that is that when you strive for anything else, you are striving for emptiness. You are striving for powerlessness. And you will find it. And when you strive for authentic power, you are striving for joy, love, fulfillment, humbleness, clarity, and you will find them also. They are power. I'm so glad to share this perception of power with you. And if you resonate with it, I suggest that you think about it some more and then begin to experiment with creating it. And I'm going to talk to you about trust. Trust is a part of creating authentic power from the very beginning through every moment of your life that you are creating authentic power or using authentic power. And once you begin to see what the benefits of creating authentic power are, that will mean every moment in your life. The benefits of creating authentic power are meaning, fulfillment, joy, purpose, richness, depth, creativity, vitality, health, a heaven on earth. That's what you create when you create authentic power. But does that mean that you change the world? Yes, in many ways you contribute directly to the transformation of not only yourself and the evolution of your soul, the health of your soul, but also the evolution of humanity. Trust is interwoven in all of this process. First of all, pardon me. First of all, trust in what your heart tells you to do. For example, If you hear somebody say something and it resonates with you and you feel as though you should try it, then how do you know whether to do that or not? You have to trust. When you have a dream and you wake up in the morning and you recognize that this dream is important, or this dream has something to tell you, even if it's puzzling, and then you decide to write it down, how do you know to do that? Who told you that dream was important? As you move into creating authentic power and you look at your intentions and you recognize that an intention that you're holding is one of fear, is one of trying to manipulate or control someone else, and then you decide not to act on that. Why did you decide not to act on that? All along the line being the path through the earth school, beginning with your birth and ending with your soul releasing your personality and going home. There is a process of wisdom and compassion at work. Now that we are becoming multi-sensory, we are becoming conscious of that process. And as we become conscious of that process and use it, we employ trust step by step by step. For example, trust allows you to open to other people. Your interactions with others form the basis of your growth. But if you are frightened to hear what other people have to say, or if you're frightened of what you will learn about yourself, if you listen to what you are feeling, then you turn your back on an opportunity that the universe is giving you to find the power of your heart and the experience of compassion. It takes trust to open to people. It takes trust to open to your feelings, because the frightened parts of your personality don't want to do that. They want to stay withdrawn. They want to stay in their own fortress. And this is a different circumstance for every individual. Some people actually withdraw. They go inward, as I did for years. And that doesn't mean that they don't say hello or goodbye, but it means that you can't reach them. They're inside, they're looking out. There's a wall between you and them. That wall keeps you from growing spiritually. In fact, growing spiritually is the process of living without that wall, living without separation between you and the world, you and others, you and your feelings. And that takes trust, because parts of your personality that created the wall, that created the inner solitude, fortress of solitude, put it that way, don't want to leave that fortress. Some people are gregarious and humorous. Have you ever been around someone who's simply funny, and every 3 or 4 or 5 minutes they say something that makes you laugh and everyone enjoys being around them? But then when you get to know them, when you get to be with them one-on-one, you can't reach them. That humor, that apparent gregariousness, that apparent sociability actually keeps them separate, and that's how they stay in their own fortress. In other words, creating authentic power is learning to recognize the difference between fear and love, and then acting on love. That is the point of choice. When a frightened part of your personality is active and you recognize it, and you have the tools now to recognize it, emotional awareness, then you need, if you want to move beyond the control of that frightened part of your personality, to challenge it by acting instead from a healthy and loving part of your personality. And that requires trust, because the frightened part of your personality will not believe it. It will say, are you crazy? You're going to do that. You're going to damage your own financial security. You're going to damage your relationship with others. What about your reputation? In other words, when you're in a frightened part of your personality, you are in a small microclimate. And in that microclimate, you can't tell that there is anything other than that microclimate. When I lived in a mountain community, Mount Shasta, which is an alpine community, especially in the winter, you know it because it snows a lot. And when it snows there, and I built a fire, and I saw the snow coming down, and I saw the pine trees and the firs bowing under a cloak of snow, and the flakes were coming down the size of dimes. It seemed to me that it was snowing all over the world. When you're in a frightened part of your personality, it seems like that. If you're angry, it seems as though there is no beginning or end or outside of this anger. It's justified, it's righteous. You have a right to be angry. You are angry. That's the way it is. And on, and you will stay there until you recognize that as the experience, the totality of that experience as the microclimate of one part of your personality, a frightened part, and then challenging it. Here's where trust comes in. Because the frightened parts of your personality don't want to be challenged. They don't want to be changed. They want to hate. They want to crave. They want to exploit, and they do. You can't relate. You can't grow spiritually without relationships of substance and depth. And as I mentioned, that takes trust to begin to move beyond your boundaries, your self-imposed boundaries, the prison of your fear, whatever that fear is, jealousy, resentment, superiority, inferiority. As you create authentic power, as you begin to align your personality with your soul, you begin to free yourself. And then you know from your experience that you don't want to create with anger or jealousy or resentment or vengeance any longer, because you don't want to encounter those circumstances in your life in the future. They're too painful, they're too destructive, and you don't want to live in the isolation that they create for you. Then you challenge them, but at that point, your trust in the process has grown because you've seen for yourself what authentic power can create, what emotional awareness and responsible choice with the guidance of non-physical guides and teachers can produce in your life. It can produce the experiences of the loving parts of your personality, gratitude, appreciation, caring, patience, awe at the universe. And as you create authentic power more and more, the experiences of the loving parts of your personality begin to fill your field of awareness until that's all there is. As you develop, as you create authentic power, you begin to trust that the universe is wise and compassionate, and the things that puzzled you or repulsed you when you embarked on this journey become clear to you. You begin to see that the brutality, the savagery, the suffering, the starvation that characterizes the human experience now are not there because the universe is cruel or indifferent or vindictive. They are in the earth school, all of these painful experiences, because we put them there. And they will continue to exist in the earth school until we create differently, until you create differently, not waiting for someone else, but you deciding that it's time to change your life. The final step in creating authentic power is releasing your own to a higher wisdom. That means that it's still your responsibility to use emotional awareness, to know when fear is in you and when love is in you. And it's still your responsibility to choose responsibly, to choose actions and words that will create, and most important, the intention that will create consequences for which you're willing to assume responsibility. It's still up to you to ask your non-physical guides and teachers for guidance, and it's up to you to decide what you will do when you hear the answer. But within all of that, within your awareness, within your intentions, within your meditations, take the thought, thy will be done. It's not up to you to do it all alone. What is yours to do is yours to do. But you can only do that much. Let the universe do the rest. Let your guides and teachers assist you. Let your higher self complete its task. Do all that you can. Do what you've learned to do. Call upon emotional awareness. Practice responsible choice. Consult your intuition. Do your best, and then take your hands off the steering wheel. Say within your intentions and your meditations, thy will be done. You can't create authentic power without prayer. Prayer is a direct communication, and an intimate one, with divine intelligence. When you pray, you enter into this communication. It's not enough just to intend. You must speak with divine intelligence. You must ask. You must listen. You must co-create. Think of your relationship with divine intelligence as a partnership with a receptive intelligence with which you can share your concerns, your aspirations, your confusion, your joy, with the understanding that divine intelligence is helping you and will help you co-create at each moment within the Earth School the circumstances that will serve your best end, your highest potential, authentic power. Trust in the universe, trust in divine intelligence allows you to fly. It allows you to laugh. It allows you to enjoy yourself no matter what is happening inside of you or what is happening outside of you. It doesn't relieve you of your responsibility. It makes you grateful for it. It fills you with joy. Your creativity knows no bounds. And the peace that comes with that is the peace of the universe. That is trust. That is its central, pervasive, ever-present importance and presence in your life as you create authentic power. And eventually that trust flowers. And that is the experience of authentic power.